Hello, YouTube. And hello, Warcraft logs. I didn't even realize it shows in-game like this. There we go. Beta M plus Slamorama. Slamorama. Yeah, Slamorama. There we go. Yep. The sneaky class is done. I bet. Alright. Munching. Yeah, absolutely, Ash. Hope you've been doing well. Got that on? Alright. What's up, YouTube gang? Ooh. That's a big 18. That's a big 18. How you doing, Dark? That's a big dog key. Hmm.
3 months already. Time flies.
That it does. A tall Azar. Thank you for the 3 months in a row, dude. That's right. Bottom reroller now. Hmm. That's right. Going to the dark side. Going to the dark side. Fury Warrior is in a weird spot. Our best talent setup doesn't have our main defensive cooldown, and the Thunderblast change makes it weaker than Thunderclap. What's Thunderblast do? I don't know. I'm healer brain gal, so whenever I hear somebody be like, oh, our talent build doesn't want us to use a main defensive, I just always think it's propaganda. You know? Like a buff tracking customization, it's really silly. Especially big buffs like Echo, Atonement, you know, stuff like that. There's no reason why they can't allow a limited form of like buff tracking, you know? Living is more DPS than dying. That's right. That's right. Look at what's happening with mages right now. Look what's happening with mages right now, man. Like, mages are just falling over and dying to everything. And that's true. Harak is making his tool. He has his tool working. But I did see that he had some like false positives for it, and it's like we shouldn't have to do some like hack around type shit just to be able to see atonement, you know? I think all my wishes to nerf Druid have come true. Today, after a year of healing my Druid, I lost all my mana on a 9 key in retail. Whew. I must have been taking some kind of damage. Atonement's pretty reliable. Okay, good. Yep. Well, I think Prez straight up just needs a redesign for M+. I think it straight up just needs a redesign. Needs some sort of improvement there.
The terrace holds what we require to gain entry to the Void Storm.
Because it's more of like quality of life issues when it comes to healing than anything else.
More months than the UI can track HOTS.
Facts, Liffy. Thank you for the 106 months. True buff disc. So true. So true. There we go. But they removed a lot of BS need for add-ons, so the whole buff thing is wild. Blizzard wasn't thinking of that the entire time. Like a 4-year-old could understand you need to track your buffs. Oh yeah, they definitely bit off more than they could chew. They definitely bit off more than they could chew. And like, I get it if your strategy is like break stuff and then find like who yells or what the problem is and then go to fix it as fast as you can. But you need to give yourself enough time to do that. And then if you don't give yourself enough time to do that, you know, you are here, right? In fact, sometimes I would kind of prefer it if they moved quick and broke things, if it meant they were also quick in fixing those things. But yeah, that's the last part. That's the last part that they need to come correct. That are doing it in waves, yeah. That are doing it in waves. I think most of my UI is like fine, but I think my biggest question is like, what have they actually stopped? You know? I think that's probably my biggest question is like, what have they actually like stopped? What's the actual like positive right now for what they fixed? You know? Yep. Healers being able to see their buffs isn't something that needs to be tested. It has to be seen. Yeah, you know. The customization options for sure. I think that they've fixed a lot before, at least. And like, I'm used to not having like my frames highlighted, but I also get it when like, you know, you are used to doing something for like 10 years and all that gets changed on you randomly. 100%. Definitely get that. And then just tracking. I think my big ick with the raid frames is that your hots aren't in like a consistent order. You know? It's like, why can't we just reorder this stuff on our own? You know, and just have that with like buffs. You can just set the reorder as best as you want. Alright, Guildmates' vision and hearing disabilities and only one functional eye. She has already spent a lot of time using your in-game accessibility settings. She needs other help. Yeah. Those stop things, but they only knows go, go, go. Except for when they gotta make more content. Oh, you could have Atonement as a progress bar. It's kind of sick. Yeah. That kind of owns. I think our hunter needs a second or something. And we'll get started. Yeah, we were talking about that sprout. It's nice. Yeah. Mystery Rafty update is so much better. Yeah, we, did I post that video yet? I forget. Videos have I posted? Okay, we haven't posted it yet, but I recorded it yesterday. That's right. I recorded a Mistweaver and Holy Priest video yesterday, and we'll put that up on YouTube probably next week. Yeah. I don't zoo. Yeah.
Afternoon, Jack. Keep killing it.
Hey, appreciate it, Arvik. Thank you for the 26 months, my dude. Thank you, man. Yeah, we got a little Mistweaver Holy Priest stuff. I feel about Presvoker, really good healing and raids, but when it comes down plus, I think it just needs a straight up redesign, man. I think it just needs a straight up redesign. Feels like it's a lot of work to set up your healing, especially compared to other healers, and there's not like much extra benefit, you know? So the way I use Shayloon's gift is I'm trying to weave it in for like a quick heal. But if I need to sustain heal somebody, I'll make sure I put an envelop on them. Like if I see they have a dot, I'll just put an envelop on them first. So, is Monk worth asking for a friend? I think it's good healing. I think it's good healing in dungeons. It's fine in raids. I don't think it's gonna be in like world first, but I think it's fine in raids. Fine for the average raider, you know. But they're in an interesting spot in M+ where like they're probably not gonna be meta because Brewmaster is meta, but they can heal all the keys. You know, they can heal really, really high keys. So there's kind of a category of like healers that are good at doing the healing, but may not be in like the meta situation. Cobalt. I am leaning towards Prez being the meta world first healer. It's tough because like Prez does a really good job of reversing a lot of damage with his Apex talent, and Rewind has a low cooldown, which is usually really good at the start of expansions. But then Disc also does an enormous amount of like passive damage, which is really, really important for World First. So
5, 4, 3.
that's true enough. Lots can change. Monk slander. I would never.
5.
I spent a bunch of time yesterday, Coffee, talking about, well, recording a video, talking about
Entry to the Void Storm. The Cynosure of Twilight.
Caster Monk and how bad it is. You would be proud of the propaganda. Trying to put the Caster Monks in the dirt. Tell them to stop. Stop doing the awful things they're doing. Trying to, at least. Yeah, Og looks great right now. Og looks great. So, unless there's some Giga Og nerf on the horizon. I work in IT? Nah, I work in content creation. Playing video games. Teaching people how to heal in World of Warcraft. Prez good in raids, kind of mid in M+. Yeah. Yeah. Druids, yeah, it's a lot of regrowth, but also you want to make sure you're layering on the rejuves. They're not nerfing Og, I'm just saying it's going to be meta unless they nerf it. That's all, that's all. Don't panic. Don't panic. What's better in M+ between Monk and Disc? I think Monk, yeah. Disc, they've been nerfing hard lately. I just put up a video on my YouTube talking about it, but they have been nerfing Disc like crazy lately. A second, rip my dispel. A little interrupt. Get another little interrupt. So. Yo, thanks for liking the live. Appreciate it. They changed racials? Nah. Night Elf is still goated. Oh, it's a new one. Dude, I know, you just like, you don't see these lines that well. At least I feel like I don't. We lost 2 people to it. Oh no. Oh no. I mean, if you want to be sweaty about it, you know, you can go kitty weave. If you want to be sweaty about it. As a healer main, you gotta like stress. You gotta like the stress that comes with it in the tight situations. Yeah, certainly. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot more like dynamic gameplay when it comes to healing than there is for DPS. You know, for DPS, especially when you're raiding a lot, you know, but even when you're M+ing, there's usually the same times where you'd use a defensive or an offensive cooldown or something like that, right? But as a healer, you gotta like think on your feet, you know? Gotta think on your feet a bunch. You also gotta kind of like weigh other people's defensives and like how much damage they're taking.
How I've missed this life.
Yeah.
But we can't afford
Remind me if I ever lose these windows for healing. Sometimes they just straight up disappear. And they got the sentry here, so this is gonna like change around our pull a little bit, right? Where I do have my Shadow Meld, so I'm gonna drop that. Stop it from doing any damage to me. Refresh the Life Bloom. And I'm gonna sit here and I'm just gonna like tunnel the sentry. I'm just gonna look at the sentry the entire time. Right, so he's gonna do his Crowd Dispersal. I'm gonna hit my Bark. I'm gonna hit Convoke. I'm gonna rip a Dispel. And so then I'm like constantly watching for what's the sort of like next damage ability. And I'm sitting there staring at the most deadly mob and watching its cast times. So this time I don't have an immune for this beam. So I just gotta play it regularly. Tank that damage. I'm really hyped for Midnight. I think the way that healing looks, the way the game looks, feels a lot better than Warbithin. Yeah, I think it's fun to play. If you want to make regrowth stronger, you just got to cast a lot of rejuves. It's super important. Yeah, man, like new expansion's always really hype. Oh shit.
The construct ahead is heightening Ramath's spellwork.
I feel like I'm following right behind everybody. I I feel like I'm literally like walking right behind people. Like, what's up, Luther? Except for healers doing healing instead of everything else on top of it too. Yeah. There's a lot to heal in these dungeons too. There is so much to heal in these dungeons. I've been having a ton of fun playing Pally. Yeah. Holy Priest blasts healing, but it's kind of like a glass cannon. It can die to a lot of different things very, very easily. Yeah. It feels tough with all this stuff to maintain.
Hey, beautiful,
Just
will
take
you
some
be
practice.
my Valentine?
Aww. As they were the 96 months. I am married to the chat. Yeah, I think healing's got a lot better. A lot of the raid encounters and like the dungeon encounters are a lot more fun to heal too. They're super, super fun to heal. There's like lots of different types of damage patterns. There's less emphasis on just having like a trillion dispels. Nah, Cell's not available yet. It should be like the end of the month when it comes around. Something like that. Yeah. Yo, what's up, Gucci? What rating would I consider good? It's different for everybody. I mean, a lot of like getting better at WoW is like playing a bunch. And so like what's good for somebody who plays like 40 hours a week, like me, versus somebody else is, you know, very, very different. So, you know, it all depends on how much time you have to play and what your goals are too, you know?
4, 3, 2.
Yeah.
1.
This key is resilient, which means we can run it again at the same level. So we're just gonna try it again. There's no real point to running Dream of Cenarius. Your damage is really low. Costs 2 talent points to get there.
What we require to gain entry to the
I know.
storm, the cynosure of twilight.
I know, YouTube takes a lot of time, Andy. What can you do? What can you do? So. Yo, appreciate it, Jay. I like it a lot with less interrupts. I think the game is a lot better when there's less interrupts. Like, there's obviously some areas like this, right? There's obviously some areas, you know, where you're fighting like a double caster, but it's a lot more rare. It's like way more rare than it was in War Within, where like almost every single pull was double casters or more. Yeah. I think change the regrowth nerfs, wild growth buffs. That's what we're gonna find out today, actually, because it's been a minute since I played Druid. Yeah. Nah, cat waving's not mandatory. It's just if you want to be a little sweatier. That's all. None of your healing as Wildstalker requires you to be in cat form. Not one bit of it. It's like, you know, common misconception just because it's, you know, it's basically named cat form. But nah, you don't have to. Yeah. Yeah, you don't have to do any damage. You're not taking any of the talents where your damage turns into healing. You're just taking other healing talents, you know. Yeah. Spro guy, thanks so much for the new sub. Not sure about Arena. I don't PvP. Today is going great. Got done with the gym, and now it is time to slam. Now we get to play video games. PvP arc when? Dude, never. Never. I had a PvP when I raided, like, in Shadowlands and in BFA, and I had a PvP to get, like, early gear, and that stuff was the worst. Yo, thanks for the rose, L.
I've missed this library. But
Yeah.
we can't afford to linger
Holy Priest is very squishy. You could like build into versatility and it works all right. It does work okay. And like you could still do some like very high keys with it, right? You're probably in a better position as a Holy Priest doing keys in Midnight than you were in like War Within. But I just don't think it's going to be like meta or anything. I got my bark back the last second, so I just had to bear form it. But I can activate my wild growth into a swift mend and make my life bloom go crazy. Bear and bark. And we top everybody. Druid's super powerful. This is super, super powerful. Oh, I can't check right now, Luther. In the middle of the run. Yo, Liquid, thank you for the prime, bro. This is always a pretty tough bull, too. I'm just gonna bark myself. Yeah.
Only the strongest survive.
You can get like bursted down pretty easily in these in some of these pulls because you have ticking damage from the pyro, and then you have these little spell woven familiars that are jumping on people all the time. And I got pyro blasted. Pyroed. Yeah, Zalatas, the M+ host. No, I know, just kick it, right? What a AF. Yeah, no problem, time. Alright, almost back. What? Why can't I heal the tank? There we go. Yeah, when I get some downtime, I can show the talents. I also have like a full list of all my talents and the ones that I'm playing with in my Discord. I got a little midnight beta resources channel where we show everything. I think the big thing with Zalatath is like, this will probably be the expansion where we kill her off. It sounds like. So hopefully it's not lasting forever, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Reach the climax of the trilogy. Oh my god, I'm not ready to do that. Stop. It sounds like we'd kill Zalatath in season 2, yeah. That was the impression that I got. Definitely the impression that I got. What up, Orange? How you been? Yeah, if CC, I don't think I'm gonna be able to show it with the canvas setup I have for TikTok, so I think you might be better off just discord.gg/AutomaticJak. And then there's a midnight beta resources channel there where you'll be able to see all the talents. Excited for Warlock meta? Yeah! Can't wait. Can't wait. I don't think we fight a Ridicron until the last Titan. If my poor understanding of the lore... If my poor understanding of the lore is correct. I think he wants to wait around until the Titans show up. Haven't gotten HPAL nerfed yet, but I got this crazy clip from yesterday, Aralta. I was doing Magister's Terrace, and we pulled one of the giant blueberries at the end that puts these huge healing absorbs on the tank. And we pulled that with the final boss, and I dumped my entire mana bar and kept everybody alive. So I think I'm going to send that into Blizzard, and then we'll see if they get it nerfed. I use Danner's frames for healing. Oh, Danner's frames. So.
A crude solution, but effective. The Cynosure should be just ahead.
He's got that forgettable energy. That's messed up. That's messed up. Nah, I hope they don't nerf HPAL. I hope they don't. Just buff disc. Just buff disc. Is that too much to ask? If these guys jump us, they should come back, right? I'm like prime target to get jumped. Yay, they do. All right, wonderful. Yeah. Bring back Spirit Show. There we go. Let's see. I think by default, Gian, I have damage meters set. Alright, I'm gonna sit back here so I don't get casted on while I'm tranking. There we go. Just terrified of getting casted on here. I'm gonna bark myself. Refresh. I have Life Loom on the Warlock of all people, and he's still... it's super high value. He's taking like crazy damage from everything. And I'm about to die. I cannot win, man. I don't have enough dispels. That's the problem here. Is there's too many dispels. Yeah. Oh, I see what you mean, Gian. Yeah, I can only have one of them on the TikTok like canvas, because otherwise I think it gets like really clogged. So I can put it on one or the other. I think it's a little better to put it on damage though. Okay, just life blooming myself. And bajillion hots.
86 months. Damn, we're old.
Oh, we're... It's not the age, it's the mileage, Percy. Thank you for the 86 months. I appreciate you being looking out for me when I didn't have enough mounts, by the way. That was cracking me up. Yep. How do you get into retail after not playing it forever? It's kind of the perfect time, because this is the pre-patch where everyone's kind of a little bit busted, a little bit OP, and a lot of the content is like on the easier side. So it's kind of a great time to just log in, start messing around with your class, think about what you like to play, get kind of used to stuff. Because we've got, what is it, 15 days? Something like that until early access starts. So you have a lot of time just to be able to, like, you know, mess around with classes, play the current raid, see if you like it, do some of the dungeons. Yep. Not looking out, embarrassed for you. Thanks. So now that I got all the rejuves out, we just slam regrowths. You do feel a little bit of the nerf the spec got, but still super powerful.
Zaranel, stand down. I have permission from Lor'themar himself.
Yeah.
Liar! None shall lay hands
Yep.
on the Cynosure.
I haven't seen it, Josh.
The Cynosure remains.
Haven't seen it, man.
Restrain him.
Yeah, take your time putting together your UI. That's always a big one.
For defeat.
Yeah. So.
Speak no more.
All right, they can jump in whenever.
I am unrelenting.
Just cast Holy Light. I know, right? Still no just buffs. Yeah, it didn't even feel like we actually had a build this week. It was weird. I just DC'd? Nope, didn't DC. I just lagged like crazy, though. Alright. That was something else.
Speak no more.
Didn't see what you wrote yet, Moich. I'm healing. Keeping my allies alive.
Unyielding. Your fall is written.
All my setup is all in one, Moich. It's all the same thing. Ah.
Help me remove the wards around the Sinister.
He died, but I answered your question, though. It's all part of the thing. It's all the same. Yeah, RDruid's still strong. All the UI is in the Waggo link, Moich.
Zaranel, the void has broken through. We're too late.
And there's a gallery that shows how the UI looks for all of the healers. Screenshots of everything. Cell should be released around the end of this month. That is the last I heard of it. Waiting for this guy to do his big AoE, and we bark. There we go. You can get on Midnight Beta if you gave Blizzard the extra money. If you gave them the Epic Edition money, then you can get access. Yep. Yeah, they don't want healers doing damage this, at least this first season. We'll see about the next season. We'll see what the feedback's going to be when everybody kind of gets their hands on it, but it's kind of in the territory of like, you could do it if you're super bored, but it's not that valuable. So. Just, yeah, Moich, again, man, all of my UI is there. I just updated my UI yesterday, in fact. Yeah. Think he'd believe I'm his long-lost son, Veronica? Just hire the HPAL community to support the propaganda. Yeah. That's what we need. Prez worth investing in Midnight. If you raid a lot and you really like raiding a lot, I would say yeah. If you're like an M plus main, I'd say probably not. What's this guy? This is the AoE dude. Also, the damage is crazy for this guy because he has his AoE, and then he also has all these voidlings around him that also explode. So when they die, they also are exploding. That's how this guy went from 100% to 0. And then more ads are dying. There we go. So since last raid test, Disc has been nerfed twice. And Prez did have some good logs. But it also does better with higher levels of damage, and not every raid fight, especially the later raid bosses, weren't doing full levels of damage. They were kind of like a little nerfed. And so Prez is going to scale really well with high damage. Because a lot of times, sometimes in PTR testing or beta testing for raids, they have like full damage going out. And other times it's kind of like maybe 70% or so. But since Prez does a lot of healing through reversing damage with like Rewind and their Apex talent, then there's a pretty good chance the spec could be really, really strong. And stronger than it looked in beta testing as a result. I almost never see Feral Druids on beta. I almost never see them. See a lot of DK. A lot of DK, a lot of Warlock. So, well, they're going to do well with ticking damage from their Apex talent, Illuminos, because it reverses incoming damage they take based off reversion. So, I think Disc is more A tier in keys, right? Or B tier in keys right now, yeah. Yeah, I heard Windwalkers are very not happy. I'm trying to remember the last time I ever saw a Fury Warrior, though. Trying to remember. Cast bar is unhalted unit frames. Maybe that's what I should do, Banffy. Maybe I should run a predictions market based off of Blizzard's class changes. I think that could be a pretty successful. I think that could be a pretty successful website. Could be a cool business. Maybe that's the future of WoW. Hi, John. Bye, John. Website I use and soon I was about to get fucked. Yeah, you want to help me make a prediction market? The WoW market, the WoW poly market. Absolutely not. But it would be fun. Oh my god. Wait, actually, legit question. How could we do that with channel points? What if we could do that just with straight up with channel points? I guess we could set up a long prediction all the time. Platypus, thank you so much for the new sub. That would be pretty fun to do it with channel points. A good money predicting world first comps? Yeah, there you go. The insider trading would go crazy there. Yep. Regular prediction tool can't add points to anybody. Yeah. That's fair. I guess we should probably try to do that on like Wednesdays or something in betas and PTR in the future. So I love how Priest plays, but they both specs have some issues. Kind of keep them out of the meta. So like part of your enjoyment, of course, is when something's strong. So I've been loving how Paladin plays, though. I've really been loving how Paladin plays. So it's like Priest and Pally are top of my list. They're my top dogs. So raid count for healers. We only have 2 or 3 for small friend guilds. I would really recommend in like smaller group environments having a Holy Paladin, because that'll bring you all the spot healing that you need. And otherwise, I would just say 2 different healers. But you always want to have like one healer that's really focused on spot healing and single target healing. It helps the game. That helps just, your gameplay a lot. It helps keep everybody healthy. Helps even out health bars. Because a lot of healers will want to just do, the most AoE healing they possibly can. And so when you have a healer who part of their job is doing single target, then it makes it a lot easier. Alright, we are blanketing the rejuves. Oh no. Good night. That is unfortunate timing. There we go. Let's do it. Let's do it.
I know what to do. I'll need to attune the Cynosure to the Void Storm.
Doing some tree things today? Yeah, we're having a little restoration day.
A bit occupied.
Okay. I thought he was running in. I thought he was ready to go. At least we are still spread out. Good evening, Mix. All right. Whew.
It is done.
Oh man.
Long way into the void storm. Let us inform Lorthamar. And perhaps offer an apology for the near catastrophe.
Wild dungeon. Wild dungeon. Monk or Shaman for raids and M+, if you had to pick just one? Maybe Shaman. Yeah. Probably Shaman, I guess. Monk needs, like, some kind of good raid buff. Or better, like, utility as a healer. Because you're probably just going to bring Brew, because they're usually really strong progression tanks. And it seems like they do a ton of damage right now as well, which is also really good for prog. So, the ball will always bounce to a new location, so it'll go 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, but the order is always different. A lot of times it will bounce, a lot of times it'll bounce like across, but not always, of course. So, I mean, they're usually not the dead center, Paul, so we'd have to see. I mean, if both of them are the exact same level right now and Paladin got brought to disc level, you'd play Druid. Yeah. I'm gonna swap from DPS main to a healer main. I want to one trick a class. What would I recommend? Leaning towards Priest, Pally, or Druid. Druid right now. Yeah. That's right. Brand new, never before done mechanic coffee. Never before. Druid ever been bad at M+? Yeah, there's definitely been some seasons where it's been bad. Not a lot of them. I think historically Druid's been like, over the entire course of M+, it's been like the most represented high key healer. Something like that. So, I think you're going to see Holy Pally and Druid in the World First race. I'm not sure if you're going to see Disc or if you're going to see Prez, though. Because they're both good. They're both really good. So, I have no idea what's gonna happen. I don't know what the future's gonna hold. Maybe there'll be nerfs for Druid, maybe not. Who knows? I mean, all I can do is like point out when something's really powerful. That's about it, you know? So, just on beta Valhalla, the damage and healing meters just show more information. They're gonna push it live when the expansion comes out, but they just haven't done it yet. Just haven't done it yet. What day is today? The 12th. Let's see. I wonder if there's any other interesting updates. See if anybody's trying any different talents. This looks basically the same. Exactly the same, actually. Yo, I got you training. Yeah, Dander's Frames is great, dude. I'm gonna be making a guide for Dander's Frames pretty soon, actually. Playing beta and then live drops, like, damn, I have to go through it all again? Not really. This is kind of fun because you get to just play different builds, experiment with different things. There's not really any sort of like weight or consequences to it or anything along those lines. And I mean, it's like, what's the alternative? Do I want to play live where like stuff also doesn't matter? You know, we're in pre-patch right now. It's like stuff doesn't matter there either. But no, I get asked, like, I always play PTRs. I always play betas and everything like that, and I just enjoy it. Yeah, sometimes you have people that are patient. Usually the good players on beta are like super patient. Sometimes you get some monsters that are not patient at all. That's right, the nihilist part of the expansion. Nothing matters. Well, that's the problem, Power-O, is there's so many changes going on all the time. I can't like tell you should play this thing for next expansion and it'll be like super safe because, you know, tuning can still happen. Like, I'm probably going to be doing like Priest, Pally, and Druid, but that can always change, you know? So, complete loser so far with the latest balance, not only healers, but on DPS and tanks. Anyone who definitely needs love. I think, like, when it comes to M+, people keep talking about how, like, Prez needs a buff, Prez needs a buff, and it's more that, like, they need, like, a dedicated M+ redesign. Because I just don't know how you, like, operate this spec with it requiring so much more work than everybody else to do the same amount of healing. It's just, like, I don't know, it's kind of a non-starter. I use Dander's frames, Miller. Yeah. Blizzard look at tweaking specs? I hope. I hope. If ever there's a question of like, do you think Blizzard will do this or that? I don't know. I think there's definitely a should, but just because they should do something doesn't mean they will do something. I wish I knew. I think they should revamp preservation for M+. Who knows? Console friendly, wow. Not for healers, man. I can't speak for DPS, but I can tell you firsthand for healers, you're not playing on the sticks. You're not grabbing the controller and you're gonna be able to heal super high-end content with ease. I did a series where I grabbed a controller and I tried to heal his preservation, and that shit was so difficult. Well, Pres still is a lot of work, Eric, because you got to like put up your echoes in advance, maintain your aversions. You have to worry about proximity. You know, you got to be close to people and stuff. So like, it was hard to do on the controller, but just in general, it's just a lot of work to operate your healing. You know, you play Paladin, you build up some holy power, you spend it. You cast a holy light, it does a bunch of healing. It just works. Yeah. Cell has not been updated yet. Probably is going to be the end of the month. So. Warlocks got their own trailer? I always knew they were overtuned. Same concept, Mickey, but more work than Druid, I think. Megaset plays the gamepad, so need me to get on that? I'm not a coder, Daddy-O. I'm just a dumb healer. Priest is kind of meh for M+. They're kind of like at the average level right now, I'd say. So, as I'm playing with the changes to the add-ons, there's only slight differences. My biggest frustration with add-ons is that details is more limited now. And so I can't see like really in-depth breakdowns when somebody dies. Like if somebody dies, it'll show the damage abilities, but it won't show the healing, or it won't show the defensives that they used or didn't use. That's my biggest pet peeve. But like, I can tolerate it, you know, it's not gonna ruin the game for me or anything. I might, Matt Alone. I might. We'll see. You got the music in you.
5.
Oh, I don't really play Diablo or anything, Rhett.
2, 1.
I played it like a little bit here and there. I played a couple different Diablos a couple times, but I don't play them that consistently. The unit frames are unhalted unit frames.
2, 1.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. I can see the damage man by, but I can't see the healing that I did to the targets. That's my issue.
You will have to make your way across this quarry on your own.
Yeah, it just needs more refinement. Needs more information. Absolutely. Yeah, here's your dream for the Windwalkers. I know people were asking about it earlier. I heard they were bad. Don't really see them often, so hopefully this will give some better info. No. Legal to play keys without an arcane mage? Oh, I'm not going to the police and turning myself in if it's not legal. Then that bad as in wicked? Yeah. Hella wicked. Oh, I'm not sure, Haas. I honestly don't look enough at like DPS and like what's strong. I'm just the one who's healing them. Yep, I use unhalted unit frames. I use Dander's frames. Better cooldown manager. All that fun stuff. Yeah. I know I've seen some rogues, but I'm trying to remember, for the life of me, I just can't remember like what spec they were. Yeah, looking like the game plan for Midnight is I'm gonna main Priest, play whatever strongest for raid, and then play Paladin for my raid split runs. And then probably play a third healer. It looks like Druid. But stuff can change, you know? But my opinion on DPS are like, that guy is super squishy. It's like, oh, mages, super squishy. DKs, never die. It's about as far as the thought process goes. Yeah, this is a legacy dungeon is what they call them. It's an old dungeon from Wrath of the Lich King that they revamped for the expansion. So some of the legacy dungeons are really good. Some of them in the past have been really bad. So I think this one's good so far, though. I've enjoyed it, at least. Skyreach, though, is a Warlords of Draenor dungeon. And that one, I've not been enjoying. That one's probably the stinker of the season, in my opinion. Yeah, that's your stinker key. Oh, we got out in time. Let's go. W. See, I was trying to go into melee and do some damage, and then I get picked up in melee as goo is dropping at my feet. Lesson there, the lesson we learned there: don't be in melee. Don't even bother. Just live. Sit in the back healer. Heal my character. Oh, I gotta break out that guy. I wasn't stuck on a rock. I got picked up by a big old bat. Oh. Blizz bringing out legacy dungeons like SFK as challenge modes. Oh, I would love to have challenge modes as an expansion-wide sort of thing. So my thought would be you bring a challenge mode difficulty where your gear scales down and you put it out there at the start of an expansion, and it's all 8 of the expansion dungeons. And it's always going to scale your gear down really, really super low, all of that. And it's there from the beginning. It's not getting, it's its own difficulty. It's not getting its like tuning or adjustments. The difficulty is going to be like high and really difficult, you know? And you have the entire expansion to go get it, and then you get, you know, weapon mogs or class mogs or whatever as your reward. I think that'd be sick. Yep. Right. That's the thing is I want to have some kind of challenge that exists for a long time. That's meant to be hard. It's meant to take up a bunch of time to do. And it's not seasonal related, you know? I think those are always really fun. Yeah, or a mage tower. They can do that too. Something with that similar vein, right? This is a very big challenge. Maybe it'll take the expansion to do it. You can do it whenever you want. You can make progress on it whenever you want. It starts when the expansion comes out. It ends when the expansion ends. Go crazy. The nameplates I'm using are Platinator. That's what I have. Yeah. I could ask you the same thing, Genjo. Oh, man. Okay, Druid doesn't feel that OP. Most other healers just need big buffs and M+. It would be kind of nice if everybody was OP. Yeah. I'm talking about having, like, an expansion-wide challenge mode or mage tower type thing that exists for the entire expansion. Yeah. So. I think that would be fun. What if they jump on me? Yeah. Not Torghast. Unless it's the end of the expansion Torghast. If you play the very, very end of Shadowlands, the last season of Shadowlands, they had a Torghast where, like, you zone in, you get a power up, and you go kill bosses. That one owned. That one was really fun. But a lot of people didn't even play that one. Because, you know, they'd already quit by then. But there was no, like, long slog running through the zone or any of that stuff. You literally just, like, walked into a big room, got powers, went and blasted. Super fun. Yeah. And drop all the regrowth talents and run super juice double reju builds? I don't think you'd want to. Regrowth's still good. The Jailer's Gauntlet. Yeah, that was the one, Hannah. Yeah, that one was fun. That one was fun. And it was a disappointment that they, like, you know, it gets labeled Torghast and it gets kind of, like, lumped into the same category as everything else. Yeah. What can you do?
Hello.
True. Torghast was very wacky in beta. Had endless modes. Was very unbalanced or imbalanced, you know? I think people, I don't know, I think people really enjoy that kind of stuff. Hopefully the Mega Delve type thing is going to be similar. Because what is it in Final Fantasy? There's like this endless dungeon. I did it one time. I'm trying to remember what it's called though. But it had like levels on levels on levels. Oh yeah, they're making Mega Delves next expansion. Where like, it's not meant to be done in a day, or, you know, unless you're spending all day doing it. But like, it's something that you're like, you can start and then come back, start and then come back, start and then come back, over and over again. Yeah. Palace of the Dead. Yeah, it's like Palace of the Dead in Final Fantasy. So. I still remember you gripping me into a hole on Jailer. Yeah, and I'd do it again. I think the rewards are like good gear, but I'm not 100% sure. I kind of browsed through the last announcement. Yeah, Cell will be making a comeback at the end of the month. End of the month. Yeah, it's like a 6-boss raid that comes out at the same time as a 1-boss raid. And then like 2 weeks later, there's a 2-boss raid that comes out. It's a little time gated, but not that much. Not that much. Pally strong in beta? Very. Very, very strong. I just made a new video about it the other day. There we go. Prefer between Druid or Pally? Pally. From like a fun perspective, yeah. From performance, I don't know actually. Paladin's super fun, dude. I haven't had this much fun playing Paladin since BFA. And then before that, maybe WAD. Yeah. Yeah, Pally's spot healing is phenomenal. And also, just the active mana regen of just like, I do damage, I get mana back. I do damage, I get mana back is really fun. I like it when classes have that kind of stuff. Monk Fist Weaving is back, yeah. It's very good. So, I didn't see it, Genjo. I'm gonna post it again. I'll check it out after the boss fight. You make like a new character in beta. At least if you want to play the end game realm. If you want to like do dungeons, then you are making a new character. Yeah. You can copy your character, I think, on the other beta realms. Bro, I'm trying to be in a very tight spot. There we go. Yeah, Druid's still excellent. Still excellent. Do you not think it's disrespectful to Dander's frames? I feel people are using his add-ons filler until sells back, and just imagine it ends up being Dander's frames to be the OP add-on. I don't think Dander's the guy cares, honestly. At least I hope he doesn't care, because he's made a very good add-on that now tens of thousands of people, if not more, are utilizing, and that's something that you should be proud of no matter what. So I hope that he doesn't feel that way. And I don't think a lot of people have like a, I don't know, like a personal beef with him or something like that. I think people just like the add-on that they were used to. And part of it might also be that like, they're like, hey, well, I don't have this functionality, but I hope I get it back when Cell returns. And like, that's not a true assumption, but I can also understand, you know, until you see it and have it in your hands, you don't know what the product is going to be, you know? So, but I doubt that he takes it personally, or at least I hope that he doesn't, you know? Yeah, when I get some downtime, Reki. My health bars are Dander's frames, Operin, like we were talking about. It's a great add-on. Yep. I hope they buff Disc, Scuba. Who knows, man? So, what buffs? Never give up. Where are the buffs? Yeah, that was my goal, is to make it as close to Platinator as I could. Same thing, Operin. Yep. They make the debuff icons bigger on your frames later. Open up your... I'll show you something real cool. Open up your Dander's frames, and I'll show you something real cool. It'll save you an enormous amount of time. Just hit me with a ready check. Let me know. Oh, you're at work? Alright, well, I'll show it to you when I get some downtime then. W watching Twitch at work. Let's go. Oh, man. All right. So open up your test menu in Dander's frames. And then if you want to go see where like your debuffs are, just click on the name. Where is it? Debuffs.
We could probably use these.
Yeah. Sorry, I did a poor job showing it, but we're about to start a boss fight. But basically, if you open up that test frame, you can click on the names of every category, and then it will show you what you can change up with it. We are fighting for our lives out here. Let's have another dispel. Now we got it. Try to keep these geists rooted or something.
Must not be interrupted. Take care of them.
It was vastly easier than you expected. Yeah, it's great because if you've used Cell before, right? You know, you had that indicator tab and you constantly had a preview next to you. That's great. But with this, you can also just say, I want to jump exactly to that menu, where that thing is, put it right in my face. I want to change this. And you do it. Really enjoying Paladin. Really enjoying Paladin. I like how Priest plays, but it's not as strong as it used to be. So what can you do there, you know? Okay, you get dispelled. You get the Tiger's Lust. W. Well, we're kind of messing up some stuff with the healing. Also, one guy literally like walked through bad on the ground to try to kick an ad, and that was not a good idea.
I simply wish you had lasted a little longer.
That was not a strong idea. Putting aside the Druid's OP, how do you like the playstyle? It's solid. I think it's kind of interesting that you're not cooldown centric at all, but it also doesn't feel like there's enough of a drawback. Like Paladin is a much less cooldown centric for its healing than it used to be. You know, Wings is not that strong, but it comes at the cost of like you want to amp up your output, you got to spend more mana. And so I almost wish that there was a. I'm fine with how much healing Druid's doing. And it's still in, you know, super powerful position, but it also doesn't feel like there's enough of like a punishment for it compared to like Paladin. So, Honey Badger, thank you for the 33 months. Already mid-February, soon your birthday, then midnight release. It's gonna be a good time. Let's go, man. Happy early birthday. I use Platinator. Yeah. Favorite key to heal this season? Trying to remember. What were the dungeons again? Ecodome was super chill. I think the floodgate changes made it pretty good too. Yeah. Dander's frames, primo. There's my talent. I know some people were asking earlier. Bialy, thank you for the 5 months. Hey Luna, did you get your thing answered? You open up your test menu, you show your boss debuffs with the little checkbox, and you click on the name. I do agree this private aura stuff is really bad. That's just like how Blizzard's designing boss mechanics. But this will allow you to make these icons bigger.
4, 3, 2,
Yeah.
1.
Release is like 26th or something. I think it's
5,
26th.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Go Mitch. Thank you for the prime. Got it, Luna? Lovely. Yeah, I know I've been missing a bit of chat, so don't be afraid to, like, just ping me again if I miss something, guys. Not doing it on purpose. Unless it's coffee. I know, I was kind of excited for Ecodome to be this, like, really challenging dungeon. And then it was like, actually, it's pretty easy. And I'm okay with it. So, Pally owns in raid. Druid owns in raid. I think Prez and Disc are both good options. But there can be only one. Or usually. Usually there's like one healer that's really busted and you bring two of them. That's historically how World First goes. Given how Gambit was, I was glad Eco's chill. That's a very good point. That's a very fair point. So, nah, on beta, it's really chill, Big Daddy 2025. All you have to do is just log on to the Xalatath endgame server. If you paid Blizzard the extra money for the Epic Edition, and you go to the gear vendors in the capital city, and you basically just buy all your gear, and then you go do dungeons. It's very chill. I think the guy that drops the purple is also the Tank Slayer. He's this like big undead Death Knight that just smacks the tank really hard and makes puddles. If you like this, think you like HBAL? I hope so. I like it. So it's objectively fun, Paro, and if you don't like it, then you objectively hate fun. That's right. Only the correct takes here. Otherwise, you're wrong. How's AF? I think it's really good. I thought all the Warlocks were really good, but I think it's, what, Demo that's like the one that's OP? That's right, Rob. If you ever... have you ever seen Manchurian Candidate? Because that has Denzel Washington in it, right? I think that's the movie that I saw at the gym the other day. Can I get a little chat confirm? They're in like Kuwait and his unit gets like kidnapped and stuff and everyone gets like brainwashed and yeah, okay, thank you, Quick. Yeah, so it's like I was watching The Manchurian Candidate and you know Denzel Washington is like waking up to realize that he's been like mind controlled and stuff. So that's the thing, if you ever see me in like 20 years running for office or something like that, God help us all. Warn them. This guy will be the dictator. I saw him in Twitch chat. Yeah, that was an insane movie. Yeah, they didn't even have subtitles on, so I was like trying to like piece it together. I was like, what is this movie? Yeah, Demo's OP, App is fun, and Destro is Destro. There you go. You have an H-Pally and a Priest ready to rock. I'm plus healing. Which should I go with? Love them both. Leaning towards Paladin right now. Yeah. Yeah, my vote. Let's go. Yeah, quote unquote president. Yeah. I feel weird putting 3 works of work into disc, going from level 79 to 80. That took 3 weeks. Oh, getting to 3461, gearing to 163, possibly swap off, 0 practice on H-Pally, to be fair, at 0 on disc 2. What if I told you that it's all a video game And any time you enjoy playing the game is not time wasted. Bro was killing a mob a day. That's right. He had to go to church to go to confession after he killed each monster. Took some time. Damage is spiky because we're in really high keys with perfect gear, or about perfect gear. So we're so high up on the board for scaling M+ content that it looks super spiky. This is like hard end game. And that's going to be a lot different than when you are starting and you're gearing up doing 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, you know? Because you're doing like 10s with, you know, maybe LFR gear or normal raid gear or something along those lines. Damage will slow down a lot. Yeah, healing 10s and 12s and stuff like that, quite chill.
I simply
That
wish you
is
had
such
lasted
a
little
rip-off,
longer.
man. Such a rip-off. So. Hopefully world first. Cast in Adam. Hopefully. We shall see. Haven't been any announcements yet, though. That should still kill on a 12 or 13. Yeah, bro! And I get a debuff on me too. Stop, man. This is the worst when you're the only range player. Oh, if I died to that one, ooh, that video. You could feel the anger flowing through me. Oh, lordy. You're casting the world first kill, you're flying over to EU? Do you guys think that Echo's gonna win it? Is this the day of the full 3-headed dragon method rising? I assume it's random, Illuminos. But I was talking about the mobs leaping out at me. The leaping geists. 4 in a row is a bit much. It is. It is a bit much, isn't it? But, I mean, America is used to stacking wins. I say that as like half the roster of Liquid is EU, but you know. Oh, that's dirty, Rob. They're called Echo because they come after. That's dirty. I'm surprised I haven't heard that one yet. America's used to a bit much. I mean, that is true. We are the home of the Baconator, Jay Sternt. We are the home of the Baconator. Excess knows no limits here. Baconator mentioned F, now I need one. Like how that's my point of reference? Of course. What would yours be? US is currently behind in the Olympic curling. Listen, we only started that sport like 12 years ago or something along those lines, okay? Don't worry. But you know what I saw from the Olympics? I saw this Norwegian guy running uphill and doing like a 6-minute mile. What a monster. What an absolute monster. You guys see that? Like, humanity's crazy. That was the triathlon? Biathlon? Yeah, what a freaking beast. Yeah. Scandinavian? Yeah. This is what their childhood was like, just running up hills in the snow with the skis. Yeah. What's the medal race looking like? Last I checked, US was second in medals. I am playing Wildstalker. There we go. US is third, Norway is first. Okay. Who's second? Who's second and how many days are left? Italy. Freaking Nagura. Italy for 16, 14, 13. Wait, the US got like no medals. Then. US has never won the Winter Olympics? Really? I'm like so disconnected from like the history of the Olympics. We would watch it like all the time growing up, and that was like the thing, you know? But yeah, we really like falling out of it. Canada has 0 golds? L. That's tough, man. That's true. Before the internet, man. Yeah, now when you see all these like super high-speed drones chasing after the competitors as they fly down a mountain at like 70 miles an hour, like, oh my god. How many siblings do I have? 3. 2 older brothers and an older sister. Yeah. This Lich is going to deal a ton of damage when it drops below 50 right here. So we're just going to get all the rejubes out and get ready. You gonna watch a fully buffed, steroid drugged Olympics and one person in between the athletes? Dude, they need to have that for like an opening ceremony for any kind of sports event. Is like bring in, I don't know, one of the best players, like at the beginning of the Super Bowl, right? The opening ceremony for the Super Bowl should be something like bringing in one of the top prospects for the next NFL draft and have him run like 100 yards across the entire field next to some average fan who won a competition to be there. That's what they need to be doing. And then they need to like have them both do like a bunch of drills next to each other just to show like how insanely athletic these people are. That needs to be the opening ceremony. Green Day was fun, but this would be way more fun. Yeah, the pros versus the Joes. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, guys. Exactly. Yep. Oh, don't. I like the idea of the enhanced games too, though. Kobayashi versus a bear in a hot dog eating contest. Okay, that sounds sick as well. I'd pay good money for that. They really need to like make an ESPN 8, you know, the Ocho, and just do these absurd competitions every once in a while. Not like a 24-hour ESPN channel, but just like special, way over the top events like these. Oh yeah.
Arms and legs are in short supply. Thanks for your contribution.
Let's go. We're crushing these guys. They have the Ocho programming blocks in ESPN, do they? Oh, sick. HP pretty powerful in raids? Yeah, really good in raids and in M+, man. I think it's a very, very good time if you're a Paladin main. Very, very good time.
Interrupted. Take care of them. No, that one. Get that one. I changed my mind. Go get that one instead.
Let's see, Lazaros. Thank you so much for the new sub.
Enough moving around. Hold still.
Alright, big healing moment. I go into the bear form, I hit a dispel. Because whenever you shift out of form, it's gonna make it so that you dispel the root effect basically for the mob. These guys crank and do so much damage. Alright. Do I need to hit your enemy with Holy Shock and Judgment to spend your power on Light of Dawn and Eternal Flame? You want to use Holy Shock for healing your allies. You want to use Judgment always, all the time. And then you want to make sure you are hitting Eternal Flame or Word of Glory if you're playing Lightsmith to heal allies. You don't really cast Light of Dawn in a key environment at all because you have a talent that will allow your Judgment critical strikes to buff your Word of Glory or Eternal Flame to basically cast a free Light of Dawn automatically. If you want to learn more, I got a nice little video talking about the state of Paladin and how strong it is and a little TRLDR on how you play it.
Don't kill me.
Eat.
Please. I'll tell you everything.
Olympic version of Most Extreme Elimination Challenge? Yeah, it was a Japanese show, Scuba. It's called Takeshi's Castle. Oh, we would watch that all the time on Spike TV. Oh, man. What a great show. What a great show. Many a night with the family was spent watching Japanese competitors slip and fall in very painful ways. Oh, what a great show. It just wasn't the same when like American shows try to copy it, you know? It's just not the same. Holy Priest meta yet? Ah, if they give us some defensives, then we'll be talking. It's a little too squishy at the moment. So I'm actually putting Mistweaver, I think, around A tier now, Iconic. I just recorded a video. My editor's working on it right now. Monk's in kind of an interesting position where I think it can heal the high keys, but I also don't think it's going to be meta because, like, Brewmaster is going to be meta. So I would say that every healer is in a position right now where they could be doing... I think all the healers have done some 20s, if not all. Yeah. The angel is my defensive. There you go. Oh, they have MXC on Prime Video? Oh, let's go, man. W Prime. By the way, if you have a Twitch Prime, thanks for reminding us. You can also subscribe to your streamer for free and then also get no ads. It's pretty good. Yeah, Brewmaster's really strong. It does a ton of damage. It does tons of damage. And it just survives everything, you know? Guess we should be going over here first. Are you feeling like a cakewalk? Yeah, you know it. You know it. This part of the dungeon is gonna separate the men and women from the drunk uncles of the pugs. Let's go. Oh man, both middle talents. The Scenario stuff, Thomas? Or are you talking about like the damage to healing ones? Tank and healer to your alts. Well, there's still time for more balance changes. Whoa. When they came out in the War Within, I think you mean Dream of Cenarius, where your shred and wrath damage converts into healing. But nah, you don't run that one. Healer damage is like really bad in Midnight. Yeah, surely, Antone, surely. Two strongest healers for M+ are Druid and Paladin right now. Those are the big dogs. Those are the big dogs right now. Why did I go to law school? So you could use your Twitch Prime here. Thanks for the Prime, dude. For raids, you run a Pally, you run a Druid, and then either Disc or Prez. Jury's kind of out. In keys, you play Wildstalker. You don't have to like do damage while you heal or anything like that. The Wildstalker setup is better in M+. Prez is strong in raids. Not so much for keys. A couple more still. Holy Priest is really good healing in keys. It just doesn't have great survivability. Survivability makes it a very big liability. So, started doing squats this week for the first time. Oh my god, it's so bad. It's only gonna get better though. It's only gonna get easier. Short-term pain, long-term gains. baby Val, but bringing lenience is pretty OP.
From this day forth, all will know of your deeds, and the blazing path of light you cut through the shadow of this dark citadel. This day will stand as a testament.
Who is this guy?
Your valor,
Oh yeah.
the fact that no foe, not even the Lich King himself, can stand when alliance and horde set aside their.
Blow.
No!
Pally or Druid? I think Pally's more fun, personally, but they're both really strong.
I could not save
They're
you.
both really, really strong.
Damn you, Arthas. Damn you! The Frost Queen is gone. We must keep moving. Our objective is near.
Seat would be nice. Seat would be a good one. Not sure which one we're doing next, though. We'll see.
Fatality.
That's true. You always get sore. Now my hamstrings are still sore from Tuesday. Which is pretty normal. If you want to tank and heal, better go Monk or Pally. If you go Monk, it's more tank weighted. If you go Pally, it's more Holy Pally weighted. Up to you. Let me get some more water. I'll be right back, guys. Hopefully, Mitch. Hopefully. All right. What do they want to do? Algathar. Get that easy.
Welcome, friend.
Easy, easy. Uh-oh.
Be good.
We'll do this one more dungeon as Druid, and then we'll jump over to Shaman. Could be the placebo effect, but I got a lot of better post-workout recovery times when I went vegan. And again, I'm also old. I think it's different for everybody. I didn't realize that like certain blood types prefer different kinds of food than others. Like if you have a certain type of blood type, you want to have like red meat more than chicken or something like that. And then like the reverse is also true. That's pretty interesting. I'm a pretty big fan of the like experiment a bunch, see what works for your body, do it up, you know? Probably be playing Farseer on Shaman. Yeah. Which blood type for cake? Let's see. Blood type, encourage different types of meat. Where is it? Different blood types thrive on specific types of meat. Scientific evidence is mixed on those claims. The theory suggests type A should eat protein, type A should avoid. B thrives on goat and lamb. Goat and lamb? Huh. Okay, so maybe it's just bro science. '15s are pretty accessible, yeah. Blood type for lamb? That sounds crazy. That sounds crazy. I love me some bro science. Yeah. Tank and raid and healing and plus. Think you're going pally? There you go. Always know everything? You just always do, John. Just always do. Well. I drew it up until War Within when I found I love it Holy Pally. Not sure I can ever go back. It's really good now, dude. Like actually being able to have your heals hit really, really hard instead of like 4 different abilities that do like puffs of healing. Holy shit. No. There's this like lamb barbecue place in Austin that's like really, really good. I still have not been yet, but I've seen the lines. And people are like obsessed with it. It's like this Egyptian banker that moved to Texas to like learn how to barbecue. So Shaman's pretty strong, yeah. It's just that you don't really have to put like a lot of thought into like what you're hitting next. It kind of seems like your buffs to track or the buttons that you're pushing are all just, I don't know. You do this, you do this, you do this. There's not enough gameplay, it feels like, to sort of change around your decision making. And I think that's kind of the frustrating part of it for me. Yeah. Dude, I know. There's like every single place it's every single place has like super long lines, I swear. Yeah. You get Sensei to show holy power? It's in your edit mode. Yeah, you have a secondary resource bar, and then you can just set the visibility. It might not be like showing in instance combat or outside of instance combat. Yeah. Yep. Thanks for the great content. I'm impressed by your capability to answer the same question for the 1,000th time with a smile. I gotcha, L. Welcome in, man. Is there a metagame for HPAL Lightsmith with armaments? A little bit, because whenever you throw an armament to a target, it amplifies your aura, so like devotion aura, and so it gives them a little bit of damage reduction. It's like 1%, but you know, it's something. The other thing is you also have another one, I think it's called like Radiant Reflections, where when you throw an armament to a target and it does its action, so if the the shield gets absorbed, or the weapon does damage or something like that, then it has a high chance to grant you Awakening, which will then grant you a crit judgment, which will then grant you Empyrean Legacy. And so the idea is you throw it to a target that might be a little bit squishier, but then you also throw it to somebody who, if you're tossing a shield out, that they're going to take some damage. Or to the sword, they're actually doing damage. Either one. Have I heard anything about World First and how it's going to work with Liquid? Hope to see you guys back at the facility. I know there's going to be a World First. The rest we'll see. Oh, also, yeah, you get bonuses when they expire, so I try not to throw them both out on cooldown. I try to space them out a little bit, Ox. So in my video the other day, I would space out the throws and have one on cooldown and one active, or one available and then one active, and try to make sure I always had one active all the time if I could.
4, 3,
Yeah.
2, 1.
As best I possibly could. Get through this world first without Jack calling me old because of my character title. Let's go. That's the risk whenever you submit your mogs,
I am delighted that you received our invitation.
Yep.
The school is a touch behind schedule.
Yeah, whenever your armaments expire, you get infusions. So as long as they're not expiring next to each other, you should be pretty fine.
The academy has been open.
Well, indeed. Come with us. It should only take a moment to set up for a new lesson.
Removal of Whispering Waves nerfed the gameplay. I don't think that Whispering Waves really drove a lot of decision making because they kept on nerfing it over and over again. So it just became less and less and less impactful over time. Well, they also nerfed it going into Midnight Hode, is what I'm saying. So I'm not talking about Mana Forge or anything like that, but they nerfed it, I think, from 15 or 20% to 10% before they fully removed it. So yeah, even after the raid testing, they nerfed how much healing you were getting out of Whispering Waves. I don't know what the exact number was, but they definitely nerfed Whispering Waves at least one time. And again, you're talking about raid, I'm talking about M+, but it wasn't nearly, my whole point of it was that it wasn't nearly as impactful as it used to be. And so losing Whispering Waves doesn't feel that bad because they kept nerfing it into oblivion. So Dungeon and raid, fun, just wave of bosses, no trash. We were talking about that earlier. There was a Torghast Jailer's Gauntlet that they used to have. That was really, really fun. But that lasted, I don't know, 5 months, 6 months or something like that for Shadowlands. And then it was gone. Yeah. That version of Torghast was super fun. The normal version of Torghast, not so much. God, this timer is ridiculous. I wish they would get rid of these boss debuffs. There's no reason for them. With these giant, giant numbers. And you can make the numbers a little bit smaller, but then if you do that, it also makes the... Let's see if I can mess around with it in bandage frames. I might be able to just change the numbers alone. But if you make the icon too small, then you can't even see if it's a dispellable effect. Hate A as a dungeon. I want to be in the rotation. Neither do I, man. Because all the time it's oh, we can change text scale. There we go. It feels like a DPS dungeon. It feels like a dungeon that just kind of exists for DPS players. They did make Croth harder. They did make Croth harder, though. So. Thanks, Lion. My man. Croth's pretty stressful. I don't know if it's going to show properly, Rec. I can pull it up when I get some downtime. Yeah, this is max level content. So you get a Zalatas like end game realm where you can just buy gear and then just like instantly go do M+. I use Dander's frames for raid frames. Oh, that guy's coming after us. Yeah. Vengeance out of dirt. I think it's just that Brew does like a ton of damage. And tanks are always kind of looking for like what does the most damage and also can live. And also when there's a lot less like mob control required, then you're less dependent on having something like Vengeance to just shut down everything. It's 289 gear. It's all like maxed out and stuff. Yeah. People should run lower keys to learn. Sometimes they do, but a lot of times they just queue up to the highest level dungeon they can and run it down mid. Yeah. That's usually how it goes. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you could open up your like profiles and stuff, Epic. You could just like open up your profiles and then grab the export strings and then bring them into beta. You could also just copy over your interface in WTF folders, and that would also work. Yo, thanks for the rose, Emmanuel. Either one works. And people with 2500 IO that clearly have no idea what's going on. Well, it's always funny too, because like if they just did a lower level dungeon, they would learn the mechanics, but they're like, nah, I don't want to do that. So what happens is like people will do half the dungeon and then wipe, or a quarter of the dungeon and then wipe, and then they start a new dungeon, or they run it back and wipe again. And so they never actually see what like the last boss does. I don't know why people are so afraid of depleting keys. I swear it's like probably one of the biggest myths in Mythic Plus is that people are gonna like look up your character and see if you depleted a dungeon one time and then hold it against you forever. And they're gonna make sure that they don't invite you to dungeons ever again. They're gonna get you. I think I'm just gonna put my life bloom on Ruby. Mages are so squishy. I think Marithra's Blessing does like decent healing in raids, but I don't think it's, you know, feels as impactful. I was looking up your account and yeah, what's with all these depletes? I saw you depleted a dungeon one time. What was that about? Mm-hmm. That's right, I'm done. No invites. Yeah, it's crazy how much like shame people try to like lump onto players in WoW over making a mistake or a fail or something. How much healing does Cat DPS provide? You'd have to go into talents that I'm not currently taking, but it's not that good, which is why we're not taking it. Yeet. So like, I'm not running any DPS talents mini land, and like I have no need to be in cat form to help my healing at all. I have like absolutely no need. There's like one talent which gives you like a 2% or 3% healing buff or something like that in a dungeon. Or sorry, there's like a 2 or 3% healing buff while you're in cat form. But that's like nothing, and that also stops you from casting spells. So you like just wouldn't do that, right? I think it's like what, the Master Shapeshifter, I think is what it is that gives you mana, but I'm not talented into that either. Yeah. Oh my god, I thought they fell off. Yeah. It's like, I'm just doing it because there's nothing else to do right now. But there's no like need for my healing to be DPSing. So I just made a video about it, man. I think Disc is on the struggle bus and keys right now. Yeah. I don't know what people are using to track. There's not really any way to like track people's cooldowns for like power infusion anymore. So I don't really think there's much of a way right now. worded nerfs. I hope. I hope. I've been seeing a lot of DPS just like make a macro and they just kind of like, hey, I've used Ascendance. Hey, I've used this. Hey, I've used that. Yep. It's probably going to be the best thing that they can do. Yeah, I saw that AJ was doing something with like the cooldown tracking, but I only saw that it was for crowd control right now. So I don't know if they can do it for DPS cooldowns or something. Yeah. What do you mean, Toro? Cast bar is unhalted unit frames. And then the party frames are Dander's frames. Yeah, Treg's a good button. It actually does a bunch of healing. There's no hot component to it anymore, so pretty good whenever you have a couple targets taking damage. You can see like the dot damage going off right here. The ticking damage going off from like 2 debuffs on myself and like Shizzy. Like, looks like we took no damage from it. It's just a lot of times, if there's not a specific reason, I'll just hold on to it. Just in case. Oh, it's up again. What up, G's? Druid's mana is great. I can just spam forever. Like, if you over-apply rejuves or something like that, like, eventually, yeah, you'll run out of mana, but it takes a lot. It takes a lot of overcasting to do that. Yeah.
Overloaded an arcane elemental and created a powerful construct named Veximus that quickly started to wreak havoc. The blue dragons battled Veximus fiercely, attempting to prevent it from absorbing stray arcane orbs that could allow it to grow further out of control. Veximus began manifesting powerful.
Oh, I don't remember if, I don't remember if it's worth to still use NS before your Convoke. You didn't want to, I remember, in Mana Forge Omega, because you wanted to, like, consume your clear castings that you might have picked up during... During your, like, your clear casting would give you symbiotic blooms, and so, like, you wanted to have those be consumed. I don't know if it's still that case. Actually, I don't even know if you have that at a Wild Stalker still. Benath, thank you for the new sub, dude. 3 stacks. 4 stacks. Huh? I'm at 4 stacks. It's not looking great. Wish my death log actually showed good information. I think that he stood in some goo or something. It looked like he took a huge hit. I saw that, Conti, yeah. So Dander's Frames is like a similar feature, but it's any hot. Which I think is like fine for disc, but not that good for like Prez or something like that. But yeah, so that was really interesting. Yo, thanks for the GG, Mike. Yeah. Yeah, and Riptide too. The buff to be a bar and not an overlay. There you go. I thought one of these guys had true sight up here. I guess it's the Invokers. Out of the walking pad, it's under my desk. Rip. Difference between the two hero trees. The one that's related to Keeper of the Grove is about like the more of your little tree and dudes that you have out, the more healing you do. So there's a little bit of like ramp up to it. And then Wildstalker has like some more consistent output. You make a lot of like blooms and stuff with your healing, and those just help you heal more. Windwalker do good damage? Don't think so. Don't think so. Choosing to make a Bistless for a disc for Raisin and Plus? Yeah. I'll always have those with like the Wowhead guides and stuff though. We always make them. Always. Kalamazzi does them like crazy early with his like spreadsheet and stuff, but nah, it couldn't be me. Yeah, they usually have like a patch where they do like a bunch of trinket tuning and stuff too. Because like, I mean, I can tell you that like this Alnseer trinket and this Void Suffuser trinket are all like really good. But are they gonna stay insane? I don't know. I actually have no idea if you are in bear form.
You had lasted a little longer.
And then dispel yourself if it stays in bear form. Well, that's what he always does, is like a Patreon benefit. It's smart to do. I just would not want to be maintaining that. Because the second something's out of date, it's like, oh my god. And the bigger of a product that you have that takes time to like manage, the more challenging it is. And I think like the more frustrating that it is, you know? Because then you're like just constantly maintaining it. Yeah. They changed. They make it so that they gave you more class talent points, but then you have to spend more points at like a higher level. It's kind of silly. Explain to me like I'm 5 on how to play Druid perfectly. Keep Life Bloom up. It's important. Prepare for damage with rejuves and wild growths. Do rejuve to do real healing. All right, let's go play some Shaman. So, open it for everyone at this point. Strange. Oh, he does it as like a patrons get early access kind of thing, and then releases it publicly afterwards. The Netflix healer, yeet. Holy Priest does good healing, but it's very squishy. It's very squishy. Can be killed by many different things. Let's do that. Yeah, it's basically just point thresholds. They didn't change any talents or anything on it. This guy ran Undercurrent for 0.5% more effective healing rather than improved Earth Living healing? I think Tidal Waves is still boring. I don't think it really like adds anything to the table. I'm playing Farseer. We're not running Acid Rain. We're not doing that. So, you could do dungeons and beta if you wanted to like learn. If we look at the list right here, there's some people who are doing 10s and you'll be in like full mythic gear. So like they shouldn't be that bad. You know, there's a couple people who are out there doing 10s. What's more common is like very sweaty players. Very sweaty players trying to learn the strategies, learn the routes, things like that. So let's see if I could find a Magister's Terrace, a Seat, a Pit. Those would be the nice ones. But do I need a Pit 15? No, I need better than that. Like, fuck Shaman. How confident are we that the current healer hierarchy stays the same? Not at all. I don't know. I can't predict the future. If I could, life would be very different. Life would be very different. Going into my tier, where I well flex as off healer, range DPS, any tips in getting the hang of raid healing? Understanding where the damage is coming from. I'm gonna have a video out that's gonna talk about all the raid fights and like where the damage is and what does damage and stuff. So I'd recommend just checking that out when it comes out. There's a lot of info on like the more that you understand like what is dealing damage to your team, the easier it is for you to prepare for it, plan to use your own defensives, your own healing cooldowns, all that. So, what am I looking at playing for Mythic Raid? Probably Priest. Probably Priest. That's been the go-to for a while. Usually just play whichever spec is going to be most helpful for the squad. Yeah, I think the two like S tier healers right now in dungeons are Druid and Pally. Yeah. Yeah, just like everyone's always interested in like what the meta is going to be and like where specs are, how good something is right now. Yeah, I use Dander's frames. So I make the tier list videos and I make the content because people ask for it. And if I don't make it, somebody else is going to make it. And sometimes people just make stuff and don't know what they're talking about. So I'd rather just like, hey, here's my thoughts on it. Stuff's going to change. It's always going to change. I could make a tier list video at the start of a season and then stuff's going to change mid-season, you know? That's just always how the game goes. So, no, I'm using Dander's frames. Cell is probably going to be out at the end of the month, but we don't have like a specific, like, exact release date, you know? As far as you'll deal with AoE Splash, you probably just pool up your Healing Stream and Storm Stream totems and mash Healing Wave. I'm looking at a couple current logs and Shane Heal's hitting for like 130k, while Healing Wave is hitting for 134k. So it looks like we're still spamming the Heal Wave. Yep. Looks like we're still gonna spam Healing Wave. It's holding Shaman back. I think it's boring to play, but I think it performs well. There's a decent chunk of like 19s and 20 logs out there from Shaman players. So its performance is good. It's more so the fact that it's not as good as Druid or Pally. More than anything else. Yeah, I'm kind of amazed they haven't buffed Chain Heal without buffing Healing Wave. I think there was like 2 different rounds of buffs where they both had received like comparable buffs, aligned like buffs and stuff. Let's go. To Wind Runner. Playing Farseer, yeah. Totemic was doing good healing, but then you needed to like keep people in your healing rain, keep them in downpour range, which is also your healing rain. So it seems like a bit of a non-starter in a lot of dungeons. Why do you not want to move? So you can move, but you can't move. Delete window, reload UI. Let's see. Is this like edit mode related? Same bug all the time. Is relogging? Let me see. Quick relog. Let's see. Well, my meter's in like the top left and it won't get out. It won't move. It's stuck. I don't want it to be stuck though. I want it to move. It only happened on my shaman. That's so weird. Can I like just turn it off? Move it? You know, like make other frames? Yeah, I'm not fucking changing beta code. Fuck that. Fuck that. What's my take on the best casual healer for midnight? I guess shaman. Yeah. Combat log. Alright, ready as I'll ever be. Can I shrink-a-roo? Wait, there's two of them now. Alright. But I can't do anything with this guy. That sucks. That sucks. Can't even shrink it either? Alright. Well, that's certainly something. Does detail, like getting details move it or like remove it or something? It moves it? Okay. I think I have details here, don't I? Third window? Yeah, might as well, right? Add-ons. Details turn off. Let's go. Now I don't have anything. Let's see.
4,
Shit.
3, 2,
Panic.
1.
The damage meter is currently disabled. Enable the in-game menus. Damage meter enable. Oh nope, it's back.
Major General was sharp and steadfast, while the Peacekeeper kept the calm. Which path will you choose?
That's certainly something. Well, if you want to look for the healing, you know where to find it. Okay, that's a lot of instructions, guys. We'll figure it out next key. I'm gonna chalk it up to being unfixable garbage right now. So you kept it? Yeah, that seems like a lot of work. Is it character bound? I don't know if I go into my other characters. It is character bound? Alright, okay, cool. It's isolated to rain jacket. If the plague went to my priest, or anybody else, we might have some problems. Was the most fun healer? I have a lot of fun with Paladin right now, Nick. Priest is usually my favorite, but Priest's been getting some nerfs, and Paladin's really strong and really fun. So, it's kind of owning. Where are my health pots? Oh, they're there. I just didn't hit the right keybind, I guess. Shaman's strong, but I think it's kind of boring. Yeah, Riptide, yeah, Heal Wave. Yeah, Riptide, yeah, Heal Wave. You know, the usual. Main, what do you think makes Pally fun? I've got a video about it. I just put up on my YouTube the other day if you want to see it firsthand. But it's a really fun single target focused play style where you have a mana burn. That means you can like do a lot of healing, but it costs a lot of mana. And it feels really satisfying being able to pump big healing when you need to, no matter if you have a healing cooldown like your wings up or not. And during downtime, you can regen mana really quickly by just doing damage. So you don't do a lot of damage, but your damage will give you mana back. And I like those kind of mechanics when they feel rewarding. And it feels very, very rewarding when it comes to playing Paladin. So there isn't really a reason to spam both healing wave or chain heal. I wish there was, though. Even if it was like something, I don't know, akin to High Tide. It doesn't have to be High Tide, but something like that where you have a little opportunity to cast chain heals here and there. That would help a lot. Yeah, I'm a healer main. I've been maining healers for like a decade. I haven't taken any breaks from WoW or anything like that. Usually main priest. But I've gotten title on... I guess it depends on if you count BFA before the title actually existed. So I pushed really high keys on Monk back then. I got title on Paladin and Dragonflight. Got it on Priest a bunch of times. Payo, I know you're not calling me an old man here, Buckaroo. Brewmaster main, there you go. Am I gonna see you at, I'm gonna see you at BlizzCon, right, Pay? Better. Not better. It's crazy how people would be like, oh, like how long ago was that thing? And I'm like, oh shit. I'm like doing the math and it's like, that was actually a decade. Ugh. You'll be there? Good deal. Can't wait, man. Let's rip a stun. Get the interrupt going. I miss Thunderstorm on this guy. I really do. Pink Floyd, thank you for the new sub, man. UI changes with the rest of Druid? I don't really think it's the end of the world, but I also am like, I've like conditioned myself for it already. Of saying like all the hots kind of in a blob together. So I think I'm in a very different position than people who like really hard min-max those things. I'm also not somebody who changes the entire color of their frames with Atonement. So like, there's a lot of that kind of stuff where I didn't really use those tools to begin with. So me losing them isn't really a big deal. Yeah. Played since I was 6 years old, now I'm 24. It's crazy to be playing the same game. Yeah, but it's pretty cool though. You know, it plays a big part of your life and who you are. You grew up in the mean streets of World of Warcraft, and I feel like it helped, like playing WoW helped my public speaking. It helped being better with confrontation. What up, Pink Floyd? Thank you for the new sub. Not yet, Tilty. Not yet, but we stay hoping. Like, WoW has ruined my life. Shut up, Cal. That's such a messed up way of saying that you regret meeting me or something. All right, that's such a messed up thing to say. Is rock climbing going? I go like once every couple weeks. I don't go that frequently. I was thinking about going this weekend again, though. Cloudburst even hit for anything? I have no idea. I'm just pressing the button in downtime. I mostly just do gym 5 days a week. You know, usually walking most days on stream. That's right, Frank. You were asking for Shaman the other day. Live. Nope. Even with tidal wave stacks. Here's the build I'm using.
Reminds me of Arisa.
Sick.
My sister was also ferocity itself if her
Yeah.
family was threatened. Come, let's find the next relic. Sylvanas didn't ask to be Ranger General, but
Teammate's name dead? I know, man.
including her life.
It's a mystery. What happened about playing Pally? True. He's strong, like mountain. That fight's kind of annoying with Pally because you're getting like dragged and like moved along though. But we had 3 deaths in that fight. One of them, the guy stood, actually 2 of them, they stood in flame tornadoes. The third one, I think I could have just hit a sentence a little bit faster. And then I would have been able to save him.
Gifted by our mother. Undead fanatics have invaded to loot it and
Or an H Pally supposed to get Crusader Strike. They did, and then they didn't, Rag. Long story short, they were going to add it back, and then the community rioted, and then they removed it. So now they officially don't have it. Dude, I gotta, like, stop queuing with mages. Correction, mages are bad people. Asterisk people. Oh, man. Are you too relaxed? Yeah, because all I'm doing is hitting Elay Wave and Riptide. There's nothing to think about. Yeah, the worst thing about the biggest thing I got to think about, to me it's the worst thing, is I have to think about using Bloodlust. Hate that. Hate having to think about bloodlust.
Bushami, W Disc Priest.
Disc. Buff disc wound. Maybe the 11 months, man.
Our mother's bow meant everything to Sylvanas once. I'll need it.
There it is.
You shall not taint the halls of our
Evoker's a strong healer in raids. In raids. Ka-chunk, ka-chunk. HPS is in the top left hypno. I think. Oh, no, it's not. JK. Now it is. Usually 100k means you're doing a lot of healing. Usually. Unless when I'm healing you, Cal. Then I start doing over 100k. Oh, everyone complains about how easy the spec is, but as a new player, it builds up easy into the game. Yeah, that's fair, man. So I'm read it and smile? Yeah, fuck you.
Come. We have one more relic to find.
Yeah, I can show talents in downtime. So. That's right. Warlock yapping. Warlock yapping. Nah, Resto Shaman is like the easiest healer to learn right now. Yeah. I got rank 1 Fractusi Pars in pre-patch with no externals. Okay. Hey chat on Twitch. Can you just type the word Kalamazi just like it's written on his name? So make sure you capitalize the K. You just capitalize the K as well. Just type Kalamazi. Okay. Come on! Yeah! Yeah! Needs to be updated? This is the season, alright? You gotta get a rank 1. You gotta get a rank 1 this season, okay? You got this, White. No, I know, that's what I'm saying. You gotta get a rank 1 this patch. You gotta get a 100 in Midnight to replace it. You gotta get a 100. Any boss, okay? any boss in the next 3 raids on Mythic. Get a rank 1, and then we're gonna update the emote. Arcener's better for keys? Yeah. Deal? Alright. What up, Dylan? True. R.I.P. Temerity. I heard Vesper's making a comeback. Did you hear about that, Cal? Yeah, it didn't affect my guild at all, but apparently some other guilds lost a bunch of people because of it. So I heard quite a few people were not happy. Guild comes back at the last minute, snipes a bunch of their people. I really want to use Ascendance here, but also the next pull is nastier, if that's even possible. So. Ba-boom! Oh, it's it. Oh, I was like, "Where's my big healing?" Ah, it's still about the same. It's still about the same. I just was in some. Yeah, yeah. You don't cast chain heal. Chain heal, bad button. Yep. I don't play PvP, Yami. Taco Bell party at BlizzCon sounds amazing. I'm in. That could dude, Calabazi, you and I could do a meet and greet at a Taco Bell. I don't know where the Taco Bell is at in Anaheim though, but that would be kind of sick. Meet and greet, yeah. Exactly. That would be sick. At Taco Bell, yeah. At the Taco Bell. not a Calabazi's place. I mean, everyone's buying their own Taco Bell. Everyone's getting their own. It's a BYOT, you know? It's a buy your own taco angle. Monk tanks are super easy to heal. They're the best. Yeah. 400 bucks and hand it out in the Hilton lobby. Oh, that'd be cool too. That would be cool too. I'd split that with you. Kamazi is indoor Taco Bell like Devontae Adams. Dude, it would be so great if they would just use the exact same setup and then just get a streamer in on that one. Oh, that would be the dream. Does the... I'm pretty sure the boss still damages them with the Blade Storm. That still works, right?
Hey guys, did you know Incarnate is recruiting a healer? Apply today if you're a good fit smile.
True! Who's that? My man, Sonny. Thank you for the 17 months. True. We need a healer. If you want to raid with me and Sunny. Sunny is a Guinea 2 in chat. We need a healer.
We've done it.
Is Sunny the person you're yelling at in Discord? No, that was Courser. That's our, he's kind of our GM. He's kind of our GM.
I'll use these relics to return healing.
Yeah, Courser's our warlock.
Perhaps then my sisters will return to me.
Never healed, but I'm sure I can figure it out. I believe in you, Jordan.
Please, lay it to rest.
I'll play, but I only play mage. All right, cool. We need some new mages too. JK. JK. We didn't lose anybody to Vesper. No. Some other guilds did, but I don't think we lost anybody to Vesper. Send Frosty with that one? Don't you dare. I love Frosty. That was a little close. Bro, don't even at all. No. Don't even let Cal get away with that. I tried to get Calabazi to join my guild. Plenty. No. Raid more than liquid. Don't be jealous of our success. Yoink, my HP. I thought my own totem was the arrow. Hold up, we are not locked in. We get bored of healing? Nah, there's always another healer class to play, you know? Always other things to do. DPS players make it interesting for me. They always like to keep it interesting. Oh, the back-to-back buffs. W.
You won't be so lucky next time.
Kalma's the type of warlock to leave burn and rush on.
Spirits that linger within these halls have found peace. I hope that one day my sisters will be able to do the same. As for myself, I shall fill these halls with music until they return home. Thank you, champions.
Mucho healing waves. Tons of healing waves. Druid still feels strong. I did kind of... Whoa. The ghost of the book. The ghost of the book right there. Yeah, I mean, you kind of noticed... You kind of noticed the, what do you call it? Like a little bit of a nerf, but not a huge thing. I use Dander's frames, Marcus. I can show you real quick. Yeah. But yeah, there's a window in Dander's frames, and then you have a little bind section, and then you can just set all your keybinds up from there. So, yep. Blizzard will consider changes, I hope. That's why I made that video and stuff. Thank you, Sonny. Take it easy, dude. I have tried Totemic, and it feels good if you can have everybody in your totems, but there's a lot of times where you just can't. It's like, if people are in your healing rain, it feels good. Especially with downpour talents, it feels good. You know? Audaxium, thank you for the prime. Got that much to live for. Let's go for a hell of a ride. Do you guys really want me to use Healing Rain? We can. I don't think it's gonna go well. Monk does good healing, Exo. It does very good healing. I just think that with Brewmaster being meta, you're probably not gonna do it. So. Let's see. I can take that. And I can take that. There you go. I guess so, yeah. I guess so. Let me run to the bathroom real fast and I'll be right back. All right. Mazara. But here's I think it'd be better Druid and H Power. Yeah, that's the thing. Monk isn't really bringing any like extra utility to the group. Paladin brings a lot of tools to reduce and mitigate damage. X-Pack launch is on the 26th for early access, and then the first raid is like
5, 4, 3,
It's known. The 17th. 17th of March. So still like a month away.
I need to target something.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeet. Tricks Ice, thanks so much for the new sub. I'm getting PvP'd. He's behind the pillar.
Another widow back.
Tank Brew Master. Easy to heal, tons of damage.
He be the one bringing my people.
Early access is like the 26th. It's a Thursday. Nope. It's a Thursday.
It lasted a little longer.
Well, we did some healing rain there. Well, it's like 26 is when early access starts, and it's like 4 or 5 days. Something like that.
Interesting. Keep it real.
Did they say why they did extra early access time? That's weird. Bought a new mouse, more buttons on it, so I can play Resto Shaman next season. I don't know if you need all those buttons. Yeah, there's no February 30th. I don't know. I mean, you're gonna get into that first, 10-day period or whatever. There's not gonna be much going on. Yep.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Was there always 2 weeks before a raid came out?
5, 4.
I think there were different add-ons, Ryan. If I remember correctly, it was like different people developing them. So I don't know.
Another widow back. Another bag of coin for Woojin.
3 weeks of M0s. Yeah, buddy. gonna have like, I guess it will be kind of nice because I'll have so much time. I'll just get every healer fully geared in M0s. No time leveling a healer spec? Nah. I'm gonna level with Kalamazoo and he'll do all the damage. I will be the passenger princess. God, chain heal's so bad. Ooh, heroic dungeon spam. Ooh, fun. Oh no, pog off. Yeah. Oh, very fun. Very fun. Oh, mega delves. Honestly, fishing sounds like fun. Not gonna lie.
Chuck Jam Yippee.
Wahoo! D-Ray, thank you for the 3 months. I'm just going to smash this healing rain button over and over and over again for you guys. Just so we can see how it performs. Oh, dude, being able to slam lots of world bosses would be really a fun way to gear. I don't think it's even worth using Healing Rain, but chat wanted to see it, so figured I'd throw him a bone. Spamming your please interrupt macro sounds fun? Yeah! Can't wait. Yeah, I don't know if the team's gonna get in the healing rain, but I'm gonna get in the healing rain. We'll hope for the best. Oh my gosh. Healing wave. Healing wave. Healing wave. I'd rather not burn my spirit link if I can. Bane's gonna be the priest. Probably. Probably.
Who be stealing my kill? Who be letting Alazi's little kittens go?
Unless, like, priest ends up being super bad, which I don't see happening in raids. Yeah, I talked to Ian Panic, and they didn't have disc buffs in this week's build, so I asked him to delay the build. So he said, no problem, Jack. I got you. By the way, loved your latest video talking about how disc priest needs buffs. So he's like, all right. Got the hookup coming. He's so cool. Huge fan, of course. Of course. That would be kind of. I think it would be fun to do in a video. Just like take an old picture of meeting Ian at BlizzCon and then be like, hey, like I talked to him about it. He said it's gonna take some time. Well, I don't know. Somebody's gonna take it like way too seriously. Yeah. True. Then he just said, not just my legs rot, but like all over was just like crazy jacked. He was like, oh my god, you've been making so much progress. Like, I'm so proud of you. And everyone stood and clapped. Everyone's so excited. It's like the ending of Neon Genesis Evangelion. It's like, congratulations! And then they clapped. He asked about some help with ladies. True, that too. Yeah. That too. I think Priest is gonna be good in raids. Yeah. Not sure if Prez is gonna be better for like a world first environment, but I know just is gonna be really good in raids. We buff some healers by small amounts to account for. Oh, prisoners. Only the best healing rain placements. Only the best. Oh no. Yeah, you got that. Yeah. Yeah, it's like 2-minute rewind being really good, and the Apex talent for reversing damage being really good as well, especially early on in a season. Yeah. Yeah, Shaman will do a great job of these healing checks. That's also a big part of why we're testing my Zara as well. Yeah. Is he taking some macro or is that fall damage? Well, if nobody else stands in the healing rain, I'm gonna stand in the healing rain. Okay, not anymore. Yep, Druid's still OP. Down where I know I should not go. Think she's the one, but she's 1 in 24. Get on in there. Gotta wait for the Necrax debuff. You love this, Ash. You love this every time. My health. Our health. I didn't grok. We are chilling, dude. Doing a little bit of shaman. We were doing some druid earlier. How you been, man? Hey, Chili. Long time ago, correct me if I'm wrong, but a long time ago, you wanted to use mouse keybinds on Dander's frame to cast healing spells on people. And I seem to remember it not working for you. Does it work now? People have used it for DPS and stuff. I've seen people have like warrior setups and stuff in Mir. Most people don't want to have the raid frames where I have them though as a DPS. You know? Well, yeah, you have to face tank the spray because it just spam casts on you. So I can't like walk out of it or anything. Yeah. Yeah, it hunts you down. That spray and the spray at the end of Windrunner also tracks you down. So, no, if I could get out of that, I would definitely get out of that. But a lot of times it's better to just like, even if you're around other people, a lot of times it's better to just like stand still, let them run out of it because they usually are already trying to get away. Yeah, I use unhalted unit frames. Yeah, because a lot of times other people are already moving out of the mechanic when they realize it's not on them, so... Especially if I notice that, like, they're almost out of the mechanic and they just have to move a little bit, it's just better for you to not move. Yeah. Run like a madman, yep! Yeah, especially run inside the boss's frame so that the boss is starting doing 360 no-scopes. That would be sick. Yeah. Five more seconds of the kick. And all the mobs are dead. Shaman changes lately? I think it was like some healing rain type stuff. You know. Not much. Not real stuff. Man, this tank jabased me so hard with this movement. I don't think healing rain's worth by taking Farseer, but I'm running it just so I can say that I did. Just so I can say that I did. Fishing for instant cast minigame from DRE with the patch. They did fix that, yeah. Or sorry, do I miss it? No, I don't miss it. I think the new gameplay of having a double tap healing wave feels really good. It feels really, really good. So, yeah, I think Farseer is better. You can do a lot of healing out of Totemic if everyone stands in your healing range, which we all know is never going to happen. So... Like, the last time I was playing Totemic, I think it was like a week ago, and I just spent an enormous amount of time casting Totemic Projection over and over and over again. Because if you have people in your healing rain, and you can activate Downpour, which is the healing rain radius, it does a bunch of healing, but just a pain. So the Ascendance doesn't spread at Riptide anymore, and now your healing waves will double tap, basically. So your healing wave hits one target, and it crits every time. And then it hits a second target for half strength, which is a full strength one because the first one was a crit. Hey, healing rain following Earth Shield to be sick. Give me 2 mini rains. 2 little baby rains following the Earth Shields. Sounds sick. I'm game. Yeah, chain heal's still real bad. It's still really, really bad. I saw on logs, healing wave would do like 130k, and then chain heal, like on average, the average cast would hit for like 130k, and then the average chain heal would be like 135 or 140. So it'd be slightly more healing, but that's spread around 5 targets instead of 1 target. So it's like, that's really bad. It's a very, very small little puff of healing onto 5 players instead of a big lumpy heal on 1 dude. So Shaman's still strong, yeah. It's just 3 buttons and not a lot of thought you gotta put into what's going on. Birds took his dad. They made a movie about it. So I was gonna hear what you're saying and nerf healing wave to make chain heal more appealing. Nah. If Blizzard listened to what I said, we would have had Holy Priest defensive buffs by then. So, yep, I have Leash. Does good healing if everyone's in your healing rain. That's kind of about it. Yeah, I mean, Disc has gotten like 4 straight rounds of nerfs. Its healing is considerably lower. I think Holy Priest actually does more healing in dungeons than Disc does. Disc will do good healing in raids, though. Oh, that if is doing a lot of heavy lifting, I know. But it's always like a sound check at Altazar. You know, I like to say in those statements. Just to see if people really, like, understand what I'm saying. It's always fun. Yeah, I was testing Druid earlier. You can always rewind in the VOD, but it's still strong. I actually did kind of notice the nerfs a little bit, but not that much. It was like, wow, I have to like cast a little extra. Might just be because of pre-patch that they're recommending Totemic or something like that. Pre-patch is always a little different than the live game. So. I really wanted to hit the lust button. Thankfully the mage is hitting it, so I don't have to. I hate having to think about lust. Like, can we
the
resolve
strongest
the
survive.
mechanic any faster so we're not getting this damage in intermission?
Our plan is moving forward. This soul cannot be stopped.
Like, I'm just sitting there with like a ascendance up, and then we're just not connecting mobs. If we're at the edge, it makes it a lot harder to deal with the beam.
Your soul be forfeit. This affliction is hard. Go, make them suffer.
Like, someone in chat to be like, well, you asked him to do it faster. And I'm just gonna lose my mind.
You're gonna be tormented from beyond the grave.
And I'm just gonna spit.
Andakatas no shada. Kezulo namrakan.
Oh my god. Alright, well, that is faster. That one's like tolerable, but when we roll the stacks, that's just a non-starter. You just cannot be rolling them. Yeah.
This affliction is hard.
Well, probably the healing wave is that you got to be able to hit 5 players, so you want to deal with all the damage. But I mean, the mage is just like not in the healing rain, not in the spirit link, not in any of the mechanics that would help him.
I gonna poison your soul.
It just be that way.
You're gonna be tormented from beyond.
I mean, I didn't really like drop many talent points that had value, so it's not the end of the world taking the healing rain, but it's still like it's just a thing. It's just something. I kept asking the tank to like not be on the edge of the room, and then it keeps going to the edge of the room. So it makes it very, very difficult to be able to like dodge these beams.
This affliction is hard.
I think Holy Priest is still like B tier in the M+ tier list. Has good healing, but it's very squishy.
Go, make them suffer.
Man, it was fine. It was like 20% or something like that.
Your survival
Yeah.
wasn't necessary.
I think Monk and Shaman are kind of at similar levels of the tree. I think Monk's raw healing is better, but I think like Sky Fury is a better raid buff. Yeah. We like way overpulled. That was like a double pull that we should not have done. The tank had like 8 stacks of a dot that each stack is 1 cast. We like hyper overpulled. But we had an enormous amount of damage cooldowns up, so we like kind of got away with it, but it was not a recommended play.
Seems powerful and unstable.
Nothing public that I saw of any. I saw that AJ is working on something though. I wouldn't be surprised if there's an option before the season starts.
The void offers no second chances.
Talendas, thanks so much for the new sub. Oh, and subbing for the next 6 months. Damn. Thank you so much. Huge. Appreciate Cataclysm Tier Feather. Dude, they need to. Farseer, Stank. Farseer. I think it's just a pre-patch thing with the whole Totemic and Farseer right now. I'm pretty sure that's what's going on. Oh, you bet, Gamby. Freezing Cascade. As Freeze talent lets you reverse life grip only in PvP. I think, right? Is it still in PvP? Yeah, we will, Nore. I think I'm also running logs. Is it not in PvP? I was gonna say something. I was gonna say something mean to PvPers if it was. They got rid of it? Okay.
With the creature dead and the vile branch gone, we with a bark
What can you do?
safer.
Yeah.
For now,
GG's.
we will always be looking over our shoulders at the vile branch. Come back with me.
Let's see. Healing. Rain 3%. Wahoo! Let's pull up the Warcraft logs to confirm. Let's confirm, okay. Measure twice, cut once. Alright. I can officially say I tried Healing Rain. It accounted for 2.31% of my healing as Farseer. We're not running it again. We're not running it again. Whew. Just say thank you to your guidance and info. I fought the #1 healer across your server and sister realms. Let's fucking go, Ruckus. GG's, man. It's more than 0. That's true. That's a big 2 talent point committal. But at least we can say that we tried it. Now we're like an educated hater, right? That's the important part. Is not only do you want to hate on something, but you want to be like, let me tell you in detail. I did use it, John. You. Listen, Buster. I used it 58 times. 5-8. I know. He's like head mod. He's got like a halberd and stuff. Yeah, 58 casts. I cast it actually I cast it one more time than Unleash. Yo, Blam, thank you for the 2 months. This guy. What was the total healing on it? 2.3. Oh, that's right, Big Daddy. I'm sorry, I can't show it to you, but it doesn't show in the TikTok version. I did a total of 3.4 million healing with Healing Rain, which was 200,000 healing less than Unleash Life. So I cast Unleash Life the same amount of times I cast Healing Rain, and Unleash Life's direct healing did more. Okay? So I cast Unleash and Healing Rain about the same amount, but Unleash did more healing. That's absurd. They don't want to stand in it, man. They don't. Every hit is 1.8k healing. And we have like almost a 500k health bar. That's insane. We cast a chain heal. I did cast a chain heal for the vibes, and it hit for 150k across 4 targets. The total healing it did was 150k across 4 targets, and that was buffed by Unleash. And my average cast of healing wave is 135k. So we're not casting chain heal either. We're not doing that either. I will update it in my Discord right now. How about that? So. Got chain heal's dead. Yep. Oh boy, oh boy. All right, let me. Update. RSham Farseer, no chain heal, Healing Rain. It has been updated. Fucking John. Oh man. What happened to my game? Everyone's free to go get their fill of chain heal on TBC. There we go. My game is stuttering like crazy. Weird. Let's relog. No, I'm not even running that talent, Thomas. But it just doesn't do enough healing. It just doesn't do enough healing, man. Ian, you talk about nerfing healing rain even more. True. Priest is gonna be my main. Priest is gonna be my main. I think with the healing wave applies Riptide Part in Ascendance. I kind of don't mind that they got rid of it. I like the new, like, double tap, basically. Yeah. I like the double tap. Nah, no add-ons for Window PI, people. Not that I've found. Let's see. A Magister's Terrace at a high level would go hard. I think Disc will do well in raids. Yeah. My Priest, it's been my main for about a decade. Hasn't steered me wrong yet. So. Any changes to maybe pick Priests? Like, lately? No, I mean, I've just main Priest for a long, long time. I've always liked at least one of the specs. I like both their gameplay playstyles. They both have a couple issues I want them to address before the X-Pact launch, but... yeah. Man likes a challenge going Priest? Eh. What, do you think I picked healing because it was relaxing? Come on now. Come on now. Is the game that I play when I get burnt out? Marvel Rivals lately. Used to be Apex. Nice. I had Rocket Money sponsor a couple of videos, and they just re-up with us for 2 more months. Let's fucking go. Oh, that's right. I just never would hear the end of it from John. I would never hear the end of it. I'm using Dander's Frames vanilla. Yeah. That's how I have my like keybinds and stuff set up is in Dander's Frames. I usually don't color the entire frame or anything like that. So for me, I don't really need it or care about it. I've just never done it. I see how it's like useful and, you know, want to like advocate for you guys kind of thing. Dander's Frames has their own version of it too. I might even try it for disc for a tier and see if I like it or not. But, eh. Such a good one, Tricane, right? I know, Bash. Maybe if you look around the tooltip setting or something like that, Gamby. I'll just use the search bar and then search tooltips. I don't think it shows like do it for icons and frames, but I don't know about for abilities. Playing Farseer. And I just got nuked. Oof. I think there are changes, Cotton, for like what you want to upgrade in Midnight, but I think right now just upgrade your weapons and trinkets. I think that changes in Midnight though, but I didn't read up on it yet. So. Those change to Midnight? Yeah. You bet, Joey. I got you. What's better, Druid or Shaman? Druid. Yep. I think that's something they're working on, Istria. I think that's something they're working on. Yeah, it looks like retail got nuked by the sounds of it. She went down to give back H Valley's Crusader Strike. There it is. There it is. I don't PvP potion. Changes the classes, make it more simple to play. You think that? Do you like the direction Blizzard's going with them being less complex? I don't like what they've done with Shaman, but I like what they've done with most of the other healers. So it's like, you know, some positives, some negatives, I guess. It's kind of how I view it. I think Holy Priest will do like solid healing in raids, but not bringing any like DR or symbol or anything like that is going to hurt him for like high-end raiding. Them and Mistweaver kind of like live or die by just if they do lots of healing or not. So they're not like gonna make WoW for console or anything like that, no. And there already is a tool called console port that you can do, and you've been able to do it forever. So thought they deleted your characters, bro. Could you imagine? Oh my god, man. There would be riots at Blizzard HQ within hours. Within hours. Minutes. It takes a little bit to get there. It takes a little bit to get there. Doubt the power of the community coming together. That's right. They would invent the teleportation. They would get there. They would tear down those walls in a heartbeat. Yep. I think the nice thing is that you don't really have to like worry too much about picking a main right away, because we're going to have so much time before the season actually starts. It's just going to give people opportunities to level everything and then, you know, kind of take it from there. It's not none of them. It's just half of their spells, John. Only half of them. So that's a rating. I think you're going to have Paladin and Druid in World first, but I'm not sure if you're going to have Evoker or if you're going to have Disc as like the big ramper healer. Yeah. Let me heat up some food real quick. I am starving. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Almost back. Did servers and stuff come back around again? They sure did. Let's go. What's for dinner? Just some chicken and potatoes. Just some quick food to heat up. I didn't defrost my ground beef, so I couldn't have ground beef and rice this time after the gym. Very disappointing. My man, Hamilton. How you doing, dude? All right, we got some time to munch while I try to find like an ideal key, like a good key. Probably something like a Magisters, which actually would work pretty well because there's a lot of like split cleave damage and prio healing to do in there. Something like that. What's up, Jacob? On the days till the X-Pack and some needed vacation in Azeroth, I feel you, dude. It's kind of agony, like knowing the expansion's this close and still having to kind of wait, still have to wait, you know? For time to finish the meta achieves? That's a good point. Yeah, the meta achieves are given some really cool housing stuff. And I think that's going to be the craziest flex that a lot of achievement hunters are going to have, is they're going to have these like massive trophies, tons of them from doing meta achieves. And mounts too. True. And mounts as well. I think Midnight's going to be really, really fun. First expansion in a bit that's actually felt like different, you know? Orbithin kind of felt like more of the same with Dragonflight. I need Mr. Voracious Egg for the breeding chamber. The what now? What? Classes feel very different. A lot of my perspective is definitely related to healing, where like it's been splat or like crazy spike damage forever and ever. And it finally feels like healing, especially in raids, is a lot better. And plus, it always kind of scales into being pretty bursty. But the fact that like you have a lot less crowd control and a lot less like deaths to getting bolted and stuff like that, it's so much better. Oh, you're making, oh, yeah. You're making like an Alien vs Predator thing. Let's see. Voracious. Oh, I guess I can look in the dungeon journal. Where is it? The Trigor egg. Oh, okay. So you want to do like a, yeah. You want to do a little alien setup here? That'd be pretty cool. That'd be pretty sick. I like that design. It's a cool idea. And it would work well with your scaly dragon. You know? Yep. How's version of the facehugger be? Surely there's got to be some kind of void tentacle monster. Right? There are facehuggers. Yeah, Najatar. You're right, there actually literally are, because they're in Throne of the Tides in Cataclysm. Yeah, this guy gets munched up by the facehugger. He like takes over the dude, but I guess it's on his head instead of on his face. But you know, the face is also part of the head, so yeah. Really like Priest, really like Pally, Mad Blade. A lot less focus on like crowd control, Blagoda. So like a lot of people lost crowd control abilities and healers lost kicks. So the encounter designers had to redesign Trash. And they basically made it so that like Trash deals unavoidable damage, like damage that'll always happen. So as a healer, like there's always something to do. There's always things to heal. You're not just sitting there doing nothing. You know? Eat some grilled chicken and mashed potatoes right now. You're a bad healer if you're not kicking and DPSing? Well, the only healer that has a kick now is Shaman. It's 30 seconds. And healer damage accounts for 2 to 3% of a group's damage. So it's like almost nothing now. So it doesn't really like matter that much. Like, yeah, you shouldn't do nothing, right? If you can do a little bit of damage, sure, but it's much less pressure. There's much less pressure to do damage, which, I mean, maybe people are gonna like because their group's gonna stand in a bunch of bad and a lot more mobs are dealing damage on a regular basis on Trash. But we'll see. I think really experienced and veteran healers will not like it because they'll top people off faster and then they'll be like, okay, then now there's nothing to do and there's no reward for dealing damage, which I think is a fair argument. That's also part of the reason I like playing Paladin though, because your damage is also regening mana for you, which is really nice. The new talent for Shaman is disproportionately strong for Farseer. Tidal waves? I don't know if they have... I don't even know if we have an Aldi in Austin. I'm pretty sure we don't. Maybe we do. Oh, the Stormstream Totem. I guess. I don't know. I think it's more that, like, a lot of the healing... I think a lot of the healing for Totemic is focused on their healing rain. And if people are not standing in the healing rain, then, like, you're just not going to do much output. Wait, you can display a mount in your home plot? I just do, like, whatever the raid mount would be. Yeah. There's one in Pflugerville. Oh man, that's like out of town. That is far. That is far. I heard good things about it. Yeah, let me see. Aldi in Austin. Yeah, far out of town. Round Rock and in Pflugerville and in, that looks like Georgetown? Temple. Holy shit. Yeah. I'll just go to HEB or Whole Foods, usually. So. No, not me, Hannah. I get asked that question a lot. I like playing beta. It's nice to just kind of chill and do whatever you want. And then it's nice. And I care more about live, of course, because there's actually like stakes to it, you know? Like timing, not timing keys, you know, matters, and your gearing matters, all that stuff. So. Beef's pretty cheap in Texas, relatively speaking. I remember I lived in Virginia. Oh my god, dude. Beef was like absurdly pricey. I remember my sister told me during COVID they like just couldn't even get ground beef for a while. Kansas got good cheap steak. Let's go. W, man. Yeah, I'll get the HEB beef fajitas sometimes. But they also just have a lot of different, like, good cuts of beef that are, like, pretty reasonably priced. I don't think I've ever gone to, like, straight up to a butcher to go get beef, but maybe I'll try that sometime. I've heard people talking it up before. Is the Unholy still killing it? Yeah, it's nuts. I hope they buff Disc, Smock. I hope, man. Buy me tacos and I'll bring you steaks? Oh, the dream. That would be sick, dude. That would be sick. I think it's creating this big gap between people who play beta and people who actually see the dungeons the first time. I mean, that's always existed for a while. There's always existed, like, people who did raid testing and people who didn't do raid testing. But a lot of times what happens is they just play in different guilds and play in different teams. So, like, the people who, you know, beta M plus test together usually are playing in, like, dedicated M plus groups. People who, you know, raid testing together are usually on, like, higher end raid teams. So, all that stuff's existed for a while. And Blizzard knows that they're going to put together a better product if a lot of players are testing it and finding bugs in beta. So it saves them money, it saves them time if they just do that, you know? Gonna do it by scene 15 already. So, exclamation mark UI flew. Shaman's probably the easiest healer to get into. Shaman's probably the easiest healer to get into. There's a song called I'm Not Your Heal Bot. That sounds great. Need that as a sub sound or something. Is there anything a Preservation Evoker can do better than other healers? In M+, no. In raids, I mean, Rewind and their like Apex talent that rewinds extra damage is pretty nice. Yeah. So like there's some options there. There's definitely some options there. That's the thing. I mean, what was it? I think it was like Echo. It was talking about some of the like tests and like quizzes that they would give to their raiders and everything. All the time. All right, let's see if we queue it up. There is always a huge gap between like high-end players and casual players. Yeah, you did test as well. Yeah. There's so many times that raid teams do that. Do you have a pulse? Most failed. Yep. Yep. Oh yeah, you can play any healer in 15s once you get geared. Yep. Like what my guild does is we sit in Discord and we basically just talk through the fights before they come out. And then we do normal and then we're like, hey, here's this mechanic and you can see it in the fight as we do it. And then, you know, you just kind of point it out there again for everybody. So that's usually what we end up doing is like just do a kind of like a walkthrough as a team and then just obviously encourage everybody to like know what's up. But a lot of times like my guild I know really likes being able to just like die to it and then kill it, or die to it and then learn what it does. And I think that's most people and that's most guilds. But I'm always like, but you could do that on beta. But I like beta testing, other people don't. Right, that's the thing is like, for our rank, it's great what we're able to do without all of the, like all of the beta and PTR testing and stuff like that. There's a flock of monsters. Team? Tank? What do you mean, wait, fight? All right, time to go. Later. Ran out of healing. Oh wait, are my frames back? Yo, my frames are fixed. Rain Jacket has its frames got fixed. Let's go. W Blizzard. They heard our cries. All right, we take those. I don't know how it happened though. No idea. Yeah, I think that the walkthroughs are a really good way to do it. I mean, I'm gonna make a video. I'm already in the process of working on a video, going over like all the bosses and how they work and where the damage comes from, all that good stuff. Especially the Shaman, this X-Pack, I'm interested to see someone who knows what they're doing play it. Well, I hope you find them. It's lots of Riptide and Healing Wave. I think it might be safe to re-enter. Yeah, he's coming back. There we go.
An entity from the void has emerged.
There we go.
It must not be allowed to spread its corruption.
Yeah, we're gonna have a dedicated raid video, and then we're gonna have some M+ videos as well. And actually, what is today? Thursday? We are gonna have a cheat sheet video tomorrow. We're gonna have a cheat sheet video tomorrow, which will break down, like, here's what kills you in dungeons. Best healers in raid. I think Druid and Paladin are really safe in raid. Both Disc and Prez are good in raids. I'm not sure which one would be, like, top dog. Yep. I'm looking forward to it, Ash. Yeah, here's the talents. I also have the strings in my Discord. I have a Midnight Beta Resources channel in Discord, and it has all the talent strings that I'm using. Yeah, I have a ton of videos on YouTube and everything. Holy Priest blasts healing, but it's very squishy. Holy Pally is one of the best healers in the game right now. For raids and for M+.
5.
Yo, what up, Sunken?
4, 3, 2, 1.
Pink class are real good. Pink class are real good. Oh, I didn't take Windrush. Actually, it would have been nice.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah. I think I still have the Thundering Paws thing. Well.
Only the strongest survive.
Well. Time to reset. Yeah, I just heal Zunk. One heal. Yep. Yeah, tank exploded.
Has emerged into our world. It must not be allowed to spread its corruption.
It is a very, very good pull to, like, slam a pain sup and hope for the best.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, let's do
4,
it.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah. Going into doggo form did work. Okay, this is not the first time I've seen that happen. No flame to Jazzy. But how does the ranged Demon Hunter spec get meleeed? Do they have to, like, be in melee for certain spells or something? Oh. Cause I just, like, saw you, like, in melee on him. But I saw the same thing happen to another Demon Hunter I played with, where he, like, ran into the melee and then went after him. Saw someone today on logs did a Keeper of the Grove key 20. I convinced myself that a heavy rejuve Grove Guardian Swiftbend build is actually kind of good. That's certainly one way to look at it. Some would say the OP spec can make many builds work. So just follow your heart if you play the OP spec. I think RSham's kind of boring, Mark. But we gotta keep up with all the healers. Some would say Mr. is OP. Some would say the Earth is flat. Now, Monk is really good healing. I just don't think it's gonna be in like the meta, you know? My thoughts on Demo Lock. This guy Kalamazzi just lies to Blizzard all the time at his like weekly Blizzard meetings that he has with them, and tells them that Demo isn't actually OP. He works against us constantly. Yeah, I was thinking about doing Prez tomorrow or Saturday. Yeah. Could he stop? Nah, there's no stopping that guy. There's no stopping that guy. Wait, I straight dodged that. Let's go. Oh, perfect timing. Let's go. Barely got it. I don't know, maybe we get tuning on a Friday? It's happened a couple times. But I got no idea. Yeah, me too, Rook.
Over here.
Me too. I feel like I'm just smashing these buttons and like you just barely notice anything, you know? Yeah.
Disrupting their efforts would benefit us all. Also, their commander here has a particular item that would be useful to me.
Figure out their motives and put a stop to their efforts.
Oh, 7-year-old band performed Still Waiting by Sum 41 at your middle school talent show. We were so bad we gently made the whole night so awkward. That's awesome. But did you enjoy it? Okay. Because I remember those childhood talent shows where people were like so embarrassed of being on stage and like so terrified of being in front of a lot of people that it like that made it, you know, a struggle for them. But then I also remember people who like just rocked it anyway, even though they were bad and they like knew they were bad. They were like, I'm just gonna do this anyway because it's fun. You know? In my mind we were rock stars, then yeah, you won, man. It's kind of like when somebody like dances weirdly or something like that and somebody takes a video of them or whatever and it's like, oh haha, this person dances weirdly, but then they're probably having like the time of their life, you know? So who's the real weirdo? The person making fun of the person having a good time? let's hit the Spirit Link. That would be nice. Nah, I have it in some. Sean, balance-wise, I think it's around A tier. Its healing kit feels like okay. Like, I think Monk probably does like better healing, but also bringing Sky Fury is good for higher end groups. I just finished watching Fallout, so I'm not sure what I'm going to watch after that. We're still like, what, 2 or 3 episodes into the Game of Thrones show? The new one? I was thinking about starting that when I had a couple episodes worth. I heard it was good, yeah. I was like surprised I hadn't heard anything. And then, you know, there was like, oh, there's like a new episode. And I was like, why hasn't anybody talked about this? And I brought it up on stream the other day, and everyone was telling me it was really strong. It was a really good show. Still waiting for House of the Dragon, man. I was loving that. Make Sham more fun. Some kind of reason to hit chain heal for one. It's kind of the first thing that comes to my mind. So. Like science stuff, 3-body problem. While I wait for Game of Thrones, yeah. What did you say it was? Netflix? Okay. Is one of the good singers ups the contestants to try to win money to eliminate bad singers, but she eliminates her, and every time a person eliminated, they show their real voice. Huh. Sounds like a regular like TV show, like a network TV show. You want to play beta? Is it midnight beta or midnight 1201? It's midnight beta. Imagine if they added a new heal over time to chain heal or something for the effect proc-wise, make it echo at half effectiveness, like something, yeah, just, I don't know if I have the the perfect answer explode, but like something. Let's start experimenting, you know? Yeah. I'm not big on like audiobooks. I like reading the books. I'm in the middle of, actually I'm almost done. I'm in like 2/3 of the way through the second book in the Night Angel trilogy by Brent Weeks. John was telling me about it. The second book is a lot more of like a vibe shift than the first one. But it also kind of makes sense because the first book like centers on just like all these characters in one city. And the second book is like the entire, it's like a bunch of characters in the entire country. A chain heal just hit harder than give it bonus effects. Love it if it hit as hard or was as expensive as Holy Light. That could work too. Yeah. I hope so, Define. Who knows, man? I hope they don't leave Disc in the current state. I already read Lightbringer. Loved it. Loved it. Yeah, people gave the ending a lot of flack, but I love the ending. They did a really good job. I feel like there's a ton of like similarities so far between like Eileen and Tissus. Oh, let's go, Apollo. Let me know what you think of it as you're reading it through. Shaman got numbers boosted to make up for the mundane skill set. I mean, I think it has like a decent enough kit in terms of like power already. I think it's just kind of boring to play. It's certainly not the strongest healer, but I think a lot of my issue with it is just that I don't think it's super fun to play. And there's other healers that are better. And there's healers that are like more interesting to play and are performing, you know, better, basically. I think Paladin's super fun. I think both the pre-specs are really fun. Paladin, I think, is like the best mixture of like fun and really, really strong. So I hope there's this buffs that'll come. There was a time in War Within, in fact, where Disc was really, really bad in beta, and then right as the season started, before the heroic week, they buffed Disc in 5-mans, and then it became one of the best healers in season 1. So maybe like a slight nerf for Druid, but I think now it's kind of at the point where I'd rather they like buff others to get up to Druid and H-Pally's level. I think Druid's still like a little ahead, but it's much like closer than it was before. Why not both? Eh, maybe. But speaking as, you know, the Disc Priest that got over nerfed, I'm like, okay, they could maybe do like a light-handed nerf, but there's sort of like a fine line between when something is like over nerfed and, you know, properly balanced, you know. So yeah, I mean, like Druid and Pally are like the most powerful healers right now. Druid's pretty fun, but I think I prefer Paladin's playstyle if I had to choose between the top two right now. I think for keys, I think Prez is in the worst position. Because Holy Priest, while it's like very squishy and doesn't have much, you know, doesn't have any like DR to bring to the group the way Dis does, I do think that Holy Priest actually does better healing in dungeons than Dis does right now. So, what I buffed about this to make it stronger, I would be buffing a lot of smite damage. I'd buff a lot of smite damage and also have a much better like 5-man atonement modifier. So it feels like your atonement healing feels better in dungeons. What up, Absolute?
Chip cool.
Yo, someone sitting. Thank you so much for the prime, bro. Lock gates. Okay. Is your H Valley tough choices? Yep, and we still are a month away from the season, so plenty of time for stuff to change. Plenty of time. Alright, well, the Warlock learned. That's the most important part. No, I want Pally to be good, Fattori. I want Paladin to be good. I'm having a blast with this spec. We were playing Magister's Terrace on like an 18 the other day, and we pulled one of the blueberries in with the boss. We pulled one of those blueberries in with the boss, and it was putting up like these massive heal absorbs on our tank, and I was able to heal that plus the boss fight. It was nuts. It was lots of fun. She'll play this. Looks like Pally's gonna be much stronger unless Jack convinces the right people. You never know what can happen, man. Don't make any final decisions yet. What's happening? This will definitely not go wrong. Someone's getting knocked into that.
The void calls to me.
Pick up a healer's go around. Not sure what I want to pick up. I was learning the Druid. It's still a good pick. Press is like good at the beginning of Dragonflight in M+, kinda. There's kind of like three things that were good.
Wasn't necessary.
Oh, he's just AFK.
Your light fades.
Rip. Yeah, that's fair enough, Got. Everyone's opinion's different. Tank DC'd, I guess. Cat forced the master shapeshifter to get mana. Ah. There you go. I think Og will stay good. Yeah. I think Og will stay pretty good. I heard that as well, Addledazzer. I heard that. Yeah, the disconnects are tough because, like, I play so much beta and I just never disconnect or have these sort of issues. But I swear it happens to, like, everybody that I play with. It's a really, really weird situation. Just like, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Our tank has just been having a lot of, like, lag issues lately. Yeah.
I shall bring you to your
I think he's back. Cat weaving so relevant in keys? Not really. You don't have to do it for any healing. You don't have to do it for any sort of healing. And healer damage in general is just really bad. It's really, really bad. So, transmog is causing the disconnects, or inspecting your own transmog? Huh. I'll look at the character who DC'd and I'll see. That's an interesting theory, though. I had like a really brief pulse of lag right there. Oh, that was a really fortunate timing there. The Ascendants. Yeah, NA and EU are combined. But I am just bugging right now. Oh, check your filters. If you're not seeing any keys on beta, check your filters, because you might have something that's causing the keys to, like, not show up for you. Yeah, because sometimes even it, like, automatically sets, like, a language filter or something like that, and, you know, like, it's, like, only show keys in, like, Swahili or something, and then it hides everything else from you.
I sense great despair emanating from within. Laura.
Yes, the Naru. We must get inside.
I'm not even running the talents for cat weaving to give you mana either.
Such
Yeah.
chaos. The way is open. Hurry, heroes.
isn't avoid this way. The few cases I know of have occurred.
Swahili player base huge, so big. Yep.
What fascinating implications. Such musings can wait, though.
Yep. I was going to Omni. You bullied me online. Womp womp. We missed one? We missed one. Man, this boss. I got it. I use Platinator. It's listed on the Wago site index. There's a whole list of all the add-ons that I use in the Wago set.
Incoming!
I swear he answered the same questions all stream, but you not go insane? I already am insane. I just broke out of the asylum.
How did a being of the light become shadow?
The void is a force of change, of transformation. Shadows are fluid, ever shifting.
I feel the fallen Naru's power.
DC bug, if you jump in the air, got knocked or stunned, it DC'd you. They fixed that in PvP. Oh, that would tilt the life out of me.
There will be choices to make.
The anger would like flee my body, explode out of my body. If I got stunned while jumping in midair and then I got disconnected and I lost the PvP matchup, oh my god, dude. Rage. Rage. Yep. Thoughts between Totemic and Farseer? Totemic does like good healing if you can get everyone stacked up. But so often everybody, you know, is spread out to the 4 wins that like I just don't think it's worthwhile. Downpour actually feels good when you play as Farseer or as a Totemic and you can have like the wider range, right? It's just getting everybody to stack in it consistently is just rough. I think it's more of a Farseer angle, but I don't think that they're like far apart. Yep. Yeah, we tried to run Healing Rain before, and it did like 2.5% of our healing. It was rough. Prez does good healing in Raid. I think it could be represented in like World First. I'm not sure. But it looks good in Raid. And plus, it's still just like a lot of work to set up your healing. And it can still do like pretty good healing in high-end content. But it's also just a lot of work to set up your echoes, set up your burst in advance, set up your stasis, all that other kind of stuff. Yeah, cumbersome is a good word for it. Yeah. Especially when you play like Paladin, you know, and then you're just hitting a Holy Light and it's doing enormous amounts of healing to its primary target, and then it's cleaving everybody with beacons. And it just works, you know? So, new healer that's wanting to get an M+ in rating. Do you think Pally and Druid? So far, they're good options, yeah. I mean, balance just changes all the time, Liquid. So, like, I would just say focus on what you enjoy, because if you're just starting to get into the game and everything, for one thing, there's going to be benefits in just learning other healers and learning a variety, but the meta can change quickly. Like I was saying earlier, Disc was really bad at the beginning of War Within in beta in M+. And then it got a ton of buffs for 5-mans right as the expansion started, like literally like right as the season started. And everyone was like, oh, that's still bad, it's still bad. And then it took like a month, and then people realized how good it actually was. You know, that stuff happens all the time. And so you just never really know what you're going to get into until it happens. What do we want to do next? How much difference in setup and echoes for Prez or Atonement? Well, you press one button for Disc and it applies Atonement to 5 players for 20 seconds if you play as Oracle, and then you can just do damage. Whereas echoes are single target if you're putting up the empowered ones, the strong ones, or the AoE ones are going to be light and not that powerful. They're going to be like light, not that powerful, useful for like putting out reversions and stuff, and you have to aim them. So what would I focus on doing for Prez in keys? The other classes make sense, but Prez physics, you're always behind. It needs just like some kind of revamp, some kind of streamlining for how you can set up your healing. But I don't know how exactly you'd go about designing it. So, the Holy Priest, you are casting lots of flash shields, flash shield, Holy Word Serenity. Ideally, you're using your surge procs on that prayer healing. On that big old prayer of healing. Yep. I mean, it's simple and pretty straightforward. It's simple and pretty straightforward. I also have a VOD. I have all my VODs and stuff on like YouTube and everything. For like whenever I'm testing certain healers or playing certain healers. Yeah, suddenly it was Prop Pally and Disc in Season 1. Yep. Most of the UI restrictions were useless, Che. They succeeded in making, like, details worse. Yep. So that's, you know, that's a W. So, like, when somebody dies, I can't see if I healed them or not. I just see the damage they took, you know? They'd be like, I bled out. And I'm like, well, I certainly see you taking damage, but I don't see if I did any sort of healing to you. Yeah. So, I mean, most of the UI stuff, like, it doesn't really matter too much to me. There's just weird little things where I'm like, wow, that's, like, a little worse. That's unfortunate. But it's not any, like, I can't play the game without this or without that or anything. So, not, like, the end of the world, but, like, that's a little annoying. Yeah, I mean, if they made it a way, Wig, to, like, really improve Living Flame, because I feel like that's one of the weakest spots. Cringely, thank you for the prime. I feel like it's one of the weakest spots is Living Flame just doesn't really feel like a great spot heal, and your best spot heal feels like Verdant Embrace, and you have to choose between 2 charges of Verdant Embrace where you're jumping, or a really convenient Verdant Embrace where you're not jumping to the target, and a Spirit does it for you, which doesn't feel great. Yeah, we think it's going to be like the end of the month for Cell. Yo, Skris, thank you for the Prime and the 2 months, dude. So, yeah, you know, we gotta see. We gotta see. Living Flame is always instant if you have Echo on the target. I'd be down. I'd be down. It just seems like there is the opportunity for them to experiment with a lot of different things. And kind of nothing. Kind of nothing is going on with it, you know? It's really, really strange. It seems like it would be the time to just start trying to configure things and start trying to experiment with things. Let me see. This gets taken to raid for 4 buff and the extra healer damage. I think that's likely, but I don't know if it's a guarantee. It's like, I want to believe, but I don't know for sure if it's going to happen. So. Cut his mana cost by 1/10, its base cast time by a ton, and make the Chrono Flame healing echo like 500% more. Yeah. What do you got, Dylan? Trying to figure out this Twitch thing, and it's not loading for me. That's weird. I went to believe like the aliens. I mean, we crushed it. This crushed it in raid testing, but then they also got nerfed like 2 or 3 times after the raid testing. So it's like not like I have updated information on how it's supposed to perform. That's my issue. So. If you have like a log or something to check out, Dawn, let me know. But I'm chilling right now. Yeah. If you see 1 dungeons have environmental hazards, there's so many. Spec Chrono Flame, take damage, heal yourself. It says you'll be healing with Spirit Bloom, but nothing procs that. Oh, so it's like a tooltip error? Because I know Holy Priest has that with like heal right now, where it still kind of exists as like a weird tooltip error. Take it easy, Addledazzer. Couldn't figure this thing out. Something is actually healing for that. I just don't know what. See if you can like run a log or something like that next time you do a run. I didn't really see anybody actually playing Chrono Warden either. Yeah. Heal with Verdant Embraces Chrono, the healing from reverberations is classified as Spirit Bloom. Oh, I think somebody had mentioned that before. That does sound familiar. They're making gear upgrades cost gold? What? It's very low gold. Gold instead of Valor Stones. 3,800 gold to upgrade all slots to 66. That's not that much. But that's kind of funny because by making it gold, that is probably going to add a little bit of like a gold suck next to repairs. and I think every single like gold suck in the game slowly pushes more and more people to buy WoW tokens. Yeah. And yeah, there's a transmog thing too. I guess it's like the upfront cost or thing, something like that is what I heard. Was it like the upfront cost is more? That's right, they're gonna get you to buy them tokens. Valor Stones did suck. And that's the thing. Would you be willing to spend more gold if it meant you didn't have to deal with Valor Stones? I think most people would say yes, because fuck Valor Stones. Yeah, that's the number one question. That's the number one question. So, it should be the same thing, Biff. So, not this time, Tamper. Not this time. That's true, you can send gold to your alts. That is facts. You just bought a token? I think a lot of people are going to be buying tokens soon. Because especially when housing is like fully unlocked and everyone's getting some stuff to actually put their houses together, I think a ton of people are going to be dumping gold into Blizzard's coffers and subsequent WoW tokens and everything as well. Just to be able to like fill out their house and get everything they want. I don't know what happened to this Twitch widget, but it doesn't seem to want to work. Oh well. We were doing some Resto Shaman keys, but I think I'm going to chill for the evening. See if I can get some more work done on some guides and stuff. If you haven't followed the stream already, be sure to do so. I'm going to have a new video coming out on YouTube first thing tomorrow morning, and it's going to be talking about all the deadly parts of next season, all the things that are really valuable for a healer to bring, all the things healers got to watch out for. Lots of different stuff like that. Top 2 healers for M+, Druid and Paladin. Those are the top dogs right now. I'll save the 24-hour stream for launch. I'll save that for later. Alright, but if you want your fill of more Resto Shaman content, I'll send you guys over to Lauren's place. Always more disc propaganda. Monk's really strong for healing Bay. I am going to have another video out for Monk probably next week. Its healing is elite. I just don't think it has the utility to like be in, you know, the meta group or anything like that. So, just got here. Well, you can always watch the VODs on YouTube because I label all the YouTube VODs and let you know what classes I'm playing and when. Have a great night, guys. Thanks for all the love today. I'll be back tomorrow. And maybe if you're good, we'll play a little bit of Prez. I don't know what else we'll play. I might have to do a little like Holy Paladin Chaser or something like that. A little Holy Palette Cleanser. Oh my gosh. Anyway, GG's. Have a good night. Say what's up to Lauren. Whoop.